Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. And somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass candidates trying to get the black votes. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. KAMALA wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, and get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about Shannon going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to kick us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 Omega. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Man make them happy because man make them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
I'm talking about Shannon going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl, and I'm baby boy. And man makes them happy, because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Greetings, Black family, greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Shannon Crewman, and Lady Che is into the building, our other host, and we should be joined here shortly with Shabaka's Story, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of. And on this season 4, episode 27, part 3 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing the topics we didn't get to in part 1 and 2, and in addition, some other topics. So the first topic is going to be no reparations and no vote in California and nationwide. So if they're not offering us reparations, they're not getting our vote, period. Local, state, federal level, presidential level, you're not getting our vote. Then we got Shannon Sharpe goes full Sambo, trashes black women, and defends white America. Mm-hmm. Then we got NBA Hall of Famer Mutombo, Dikembe Mutombo, dies at 58. Rest in power to him. He also played for the Denver Nuggets, so he definitely will be missed. And then we got why the Tethers hate Black Americans. So yeah, we've been going in on them Tethers, and we're going to continue going in on them. Then we got Diddy appeals bail for a third time, y'all. Third time. Where did you go?
I don't know.
You just left the studio.
Oh, I was trying to figure it out why I had two of them open, but
looking for release from jail. And then we got Governor Gavin Newsom signs law to stop Huntington Beach from implementing voter ID before the election. And then we got Harris completely humiliated by Border Patrol on Fox News. And then we got breaking KAMALA, whatever her damn name is, may be in serious trouble with these traditional Democratic voters. Great news. Then we got Hurricane Helene exposes the Biden-Harris infrastructure bill. And last but certainly not least, we got our unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, our unhoused neighbor sweeps, and our illegal migrant sweeps. So those are the topics. Let's call him real quick. Lady Che.
yes.
Talk to the people real quick.
I'm trying.
Because I have to call Shabbat.
Okay. All right. Well, is it right? Or is it echoing? Why is it echoing?
Because we're both. Sorry about that. I have to call Shabaka. All right.
Hi everybody. So I'm just here. I'm kind of excited to see what the show offers. Not what the show offers. I was here today. I don't feel very well, so I'm just waiting for it to start, and that's about that. It's been a busy day, and I just been out patrolling the neighborhood, driving around. I didn't really, get some fresh air, so it's been a long day for me. That's about that. Yeah, just get to the benefit. So glad that everybody could stop by. hopefully you learned something. And, yeah.
Masters table. Masters table.
What's that?
Still love the God.
Are we playing that?
Yes. So the first topic is no reparations, no vote in California and nationwide. This is Still Love the God, and his co-host Nice to Girl is going to give us an update on that. Gavin, Newsom, and the California State Assembly legislature is continuing to vote down reparations bills in California, and it's just shameful and despicable. So they're going to go over that real quick.
Started.
It is started. It's 2 minutes away.
The thing says 2 minutes away.
I thought you said it was coming between 11 and 13.
It's here.
How would they already hear it?
I don't know.
Okay.
Just start the show so they
about reparations and what we deserve, which is correct.
Right.
Black people are the only people who have never been compensated. And, we do absolutely not just deserve, but are owed reparations. And so all of that is correct. But the thing about it is they're not saying what we saying. No reparations, no vote.
Right.
They saying we got to vote Kamala anyway, though.
Right.
Even
and
if it's not on the ballot.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Even if it's not on the ballot, it needs to be on the agenda. What does that mean?
Yeah, that's where I was going to go. So if it's not on a ballot, it needs to be on the agenda. No, it needs to be on the ballot and the agenda. It's not one or the other at this time in the game for me. You know what I'm saying? Because we know promises are meant to be broken anyway. So we need shit in writing. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're beyond promises at this point. We were promised 40 acres and a mule.
Right. Because the Black agenda is our agenda. We're the ones with the agenda.
Right.
They're the ones with the ballot and the campaign platform. Right. So their campaign platform needs to adhere to the Black agenda that we're pushing. Right. Which is reparations. Right. Otherwise, what are we voting for? Why are we participating? Why are we supporting either party? Right. Ain't there one of them, both of them is throwing salt on the reparations movement. Both of them. At all. And just like the Palestinians or the people that support Palestine, they're saying no ceasefire, no vote. Right. They're loud and proud about it. You know what I'm saying? So we're on that same type of time. Right. Right, and I've been talking about that because I kind of like what they're doing, especially out there in Michigan.
Right.
What is it called again? Non-committed. They're doing the non-committed vote. They're doing a non-committed vote. The Muslim community in Michigan. So they did go down to the ballots. They did this during the primary. Go down to the ballots and just write in non-committed, just to show the numbers.
I did that.
You know what I'm saying? So you can see clear as day. This how many people was registered to vote, that was willing to show up to vote, but these are the votes that you missed. This is the voting that you could have had if you would have just called for a ceasefire. Same thing.
So I'm walking backwards.
Same thing.
What's that one name in the Somali one up in Minnesota? Iman something. She kind of ran on that, this past election so that she can get reelected to her seat, and she did not budge. You know what I'm saying? But you notice IPAC didn't get rid of her like they did the other folks. What was his name? Jamal Bowman. You know what I'm saying? And Crockett, Jasmine Crockett, if I'm not mistaken. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry?
It was Cori Bush.
Cori Bush, there you go. Sorry. They was trying to, hold the line for Palestine and got their butts kicked out. But somehow she held that same line and she still has her job.
Right.
Is it because she has a zaddy?
I ain't doing all that.
I don't know. I have questions.
It's because she has a hijab. She's non-FBA. They don't get that. They don't get the same FBA treatment.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And she's gonna fall in line regardless.
Right.
And they know that.
Right. And so, California Governor Gavin Newsom vetoes bill to help Black families reclaim taken land.
Yes. You see that?
And so y'all remember, what was it? What was that? The end of August? About a month and a half ago or whatever, was the end of the session out there in California to introduce the bills. And they had the 2 reparations bills that was authored by, what's the senator's name out there? Y'all help me out in the chat.
It's sad because I'm from out here, but he in San Francisco.
His name, his face is right in my head. I can see his face right now. Actually, I was just looking at something earlier. We're probably going to talk about that later on because he's still pushing the line. Yeah. Senator Bradford. Thank you. I don't know how to say your name. Maki be zoned out. But Senator Bradford, those 2 bills that the Legislative Black Caucus, or whatever it's called, the California Black Caucus, refused to bring to the floor for a vote. We just went through that whole rigmarole, which we were saying that they were ordered to fumble that package because Gavin Newsom let them know he was going to veto it and that wasn't going to be a good look.
And they should have let him do it. So
exactly.
That it doesn't fall on them, because now, you went against your own people, the people that you're supposed to represent, because of what he said he was going to do. Let him do it. That way, all the wrath comes at him and not you guys. Now you're going to get the smoke. Well-deserved smoke, and we're going to get y'all asses out of there too, because instead of you representing us, your constituents, you decided to fall in line to what he said instead of what we're saying.
Just like you.
So there's consequences, and there has to be consequences, because as I told you guys before a few weeks ago, I went to that town hall there, and one of very arrogant, by the way, and I think that he felt like we're just there venting. You know what I'm saying? And I think that that's the sentiment. All these people, we go out here, we raise a little hell, but then we kind of fall back a little bit, which has to stop as well. So I
don't work. You hear the TV set?
Just venting, and nothing is gonna happen.
You hear the TV set?
Gotta keep in y'all because y'all gonna let me.
Wait a minute.
Right.
Yes.
So they gotta feel the pain at the ballot.
They have to feel the pain. There's no way around it.
They can't win without y'all. That's the bottom line.
Not to the viewers.
They cannot win without y'all.
They can't win without us, and this goes back to what Marcel says a lot. You know what I'm saying? Because we're allowing people to be chosen for us, and then we get people like the congressional, legislative caucus that screwed us over. We need to be building up and putting out people that we want to run for us. That's really going to do our bidding and not go against the lineage. And I think that is a real problem and issue. And I think we're seeing that in real time. Since meeting Marcel a couple years ago, I feel like I see what he's saying more and more.
Yeah.
We need people to run. That's really the only way out of this.
Yep.
I definitely agree with that. But I also see it as, for the most part, a long-term goal.
Capital to do that.
Because like you said, we have to cultivate and
politicians
vet
ain't no
properly to make
political
sure
prostitutes anyway.
We got people
that having a
should be supported, and not
can
just
bring
people
resources
talking
back
good,
to
you know what
us.
I'm saying? And so that's a process to get to that point. All across the country, there's certain pockets around the country with like a Marcel, where we already know he's thorough. You know what I'm saying? We get behind a Marcel or
me.
Since the name was down here. I guess there was a couple problems with her as well. There was a couple problems that people.
Tamara.
Was it Tamara? I forgot her name.
Yeah, first name is Tamara. I just can't think of her last name. I'll follow her though. Let me look at it. But yeah,
I think people did have some issues with some things that was on her platform as well. But that's what I'm saying. Like that process. Yeah, that's her. That's her. But that process of figuring out who's who, you know what I'm saying, across the country, that's a long-term thing. But Dr. Anderson has been telling us for a long time, we don't really need to form a new party. We don't really need to run anybody for office. We just have to get on board and leverage the voting power that we already have. You know what I'm saying? Allow the Democratic Party to crash and burn. You know what I'm saying? And just stand on business. You know what I'm saying? Until they come to the table with our agenda on the ballot.
I've been calling for that for 6 years.
You know what I'm saying?
And another thing too is not going against people that's doing it or trying to push our agenda, like Ice Cube. You know what I'm saying? When he was trying to push that line, you know what I'm saying? I saw a lot of Sambozos, you know what I'm saying, going against him. You know what I'm saying? Instead of falling in line, because you know exactly what he was saying was right at that moment. You know what I'm saying? And you guys decided that you were so scared of Trump, and we had him for 4 years, he ain't did shit to you. You know what I'm saying? That it was more important to get Trump out, than to get what is owed to us.
Right, but those were a lot of the usual suspects doing that. You know what I'm saying? When Ice Cube, put together the
contract for Black America,
the contract for Black America, there was a lot of the usual suspects. The Tamika Mallory's, the Mike Song, you know what I'm saying?
That's why we don't have time to be wasting on these
Angela Rye and all them. Those are the main people trying to
these goddamn
shout him down.
They nothing but prostitutes anyway.
So I can't really put that on the Black community as a whole. I think a lot of us felt where Cube was going with it.
Yeah, it's called macroeconomics. Yes, sir, you're absolutely correct.
My son went to this park yesterday. They was having like gospel music or something in the park, and his dad was playing guitar for some group, so he had him to come out or whatever. He said that they was in a crowd, like the MC of the day was like, "Where's all my Kamala Harris supporters?" Yeah, Kamala Harris. And my son said he's the only one out here saying no, boo, boo, or whatever. I was like, Mom. He was literally texting me. He was like, there is a whole bunch of
Jimmy Tethers, right. They don't need our vote anymore. They control social media, computer software used on the voting machines. That's Silicon
go to one of these school events that they're about to have down here. I think I'm gonna go. They having it's called the Jam for Justice.
Right, not the Jam for Justice.
The Jam for Justice.
Yeah, for justice.
And Pastor Jamal Bryant, and I don't want to get on him too much. I know he just lost. Remember, I think
foot on his neck.
I think his mom just passed.
Y'all check us out.
So I ain't gonna be too hard on him this week. But it's Pastor Jamal Bryant. Who else they got on there? I know Killer Mike is performing, and what's the gospel artist name?
A female.
A dude.
Ty Tribbett. Yeah,
Ty Tribbett, a woman. I forgot who else, but it's gonna be some
Plantation Jubilee.
Yeah, it's gonna be some the whole Democratic push thing, and so I think I'm gonna pull out because it's free anyway. You know what I'm saying? It's free to get in, and you know, we need to be in the building. We need to make some noise when they out there doing that bullshit.
Yeah, counter the argument, counter the, you know, there are some people who, you know, don't support it. And this, I have this guy that I follow on IG, where he does usually posts like a lot of stuff that's happening in Los Angeles, like when there are some shootings and stuff like that. He usually reports on it, but now he's just kind of, you know, veering off from that and just pushing this whole vote for Kamala Harris because Black people want reparations, and she said that she was going to sign the bill and blah blah blah. So I've been lighting his butt up. Stop lying to the people. She said that she will sign a bill to study reparations. We're beyond a study, fool. So stop this. Like I keep like every time he posts it, he gonna block me in a minute. I already know it's coming because we're not gonna do that.
The GoPro gear and all of that.
Yes, him.
Oh,
yes.
He doing that?
Heavy.
He be trying to act like he out there going against the cops and all of that.
Man, he with his scanner and a camera way back there and zooming in. He ain't up in there like that. Like, let's tell the truth. And then what really gets me is he tries to also act like he's connected to the nation and the FOI. I know they don't support that. What you doing, buddy? I'm gonna need you to stop that. Like, don't do that. Don't tie them to your BS. Don't do that.
Well, it might be one of them splinter groups or something. You know, a few splinter groups out there where they don't really follow Farrakhan and they got, you know, some other stuff going on. So it might be one of those.
Gotta be. Gotta be.
It might be one of those, but that's funny because let me ask you that. I'm gonna ask the family this because I don't know how to feel sometimes about the brother in New York. He be kind of doing the thing. Hawk Newsom. How y'all think about some of Hawk Newsom's antics? I mean, I'll be raising eyebrows with some of these videos I'll be seeing with the brother.
Especially when he start adding the brown. That's where I get lost.
He be out there with a lot of rah-rah shit. You know what I mean? And it's like, you know, when you study history, you know what I'm saying? When you look at a lot of stuff that was taking place during the civil rights movement with COINTELPRO and all of that, it was always the rah-rah niggas out
you had
making
the most noise, and you had the Black empowerment era. Two different eras.
Boys. And I'm not saying Hawk is
we don't know.
Boys, and I'm not being accusatory. I'm just asking questions because some of the videos that I see with the brother, I'm like, I don't like the energy too much, to be honest.
Especially, I don't like the energy as it pertains to reparations because you'll talk about it, right? But then you start talking Brown and Palestine and all this stuff. Like we're not, you don't, when you're talking about our reparations, you have to stick to the lineage. We're not crowbarring all Black people, you know what I'm saying, into our reparations movement. So I've seen a lot of that. And then a lot of times when he's shining light on law enforcement out there in New York, it's these Hispanic law enforcement officers that's beating the shit out of Black people, and you still hollering Black and brown. I'm confused, bro.
Right. Yeah. Right.
And then as far as his allies are concerned, or the people that he's rolling with to expose law enforcement or Mayor Adams, or just, you know, shine a light on, you know, the grievances of New Yorkers, is Black people with you. I don't see none of the brown people besides you.
Right.
Ever. Where they at?
Yeah, some people still got this hang up thing that we got to have this solidarity with everybody and all of that. And like, dude, we all we got.
That's it.
That's all we need. Right.
And again, he has some posts that I'm like, yeah, you know, I rock with that. You know what I'm saying? But like you said, there's other things that you be like, you know, light bulb, like, I
just be having questions.
Yeah. You know, but hey.
But back to
like
what I was
saying too. And New York is different when it comes to Latinos because a lot of the Latinos there look like us. You know, they may have a darker hue, you know what I'm saying? Or they're, you know, in your neighborhoods and stuff like that. Here,
the goddamn Spaniards were slave traders too, sister. Get your goddamn facts right.
Still a little bit more segregated from, you know, the Latinos. They're like sprinkled.
That's what she's saying, Shabaka. Like she literally is saying, like the ones in New York are darker than the ones that's in California.
Okay, well the ones you got in New York are from the Dominican Republic, Cuba, Puerto Rico. The ones in California you got are pretty much straight from Mexico.
Exactly. And there are some dark skinned Mexicans, but not like the Blanco ones, the gringo ones.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They have their own areas for the most part.
And y'all mainly got Mexicans though, right?
That's it. Yeah, that's all pretty much. Yeah. That's it.
So yeah.
So she's out of California.
It's pretty distinct.
Yeah, she's out of Southern California.
Yeah.
Like,
Los Angeles.
Puerto Ricans and Dominicans that just they just look like another regular FBA person. Some of them. Especially, you know, if they were born here and they don't got no accent and nothing like that. If they don't tell you, you wouldn't know.
That's your prerogative.
Yeah.
But diaspora
what's going on
included in the
Bush, I think is how you say your name.
This combination of Black Americans are free.
But like I was saying about the Gavin Newsom thing.
Well, I can trace my lineage to slavery in Alabama.
Those two reparations bills, which were some very important bills.
Very.
One was going to form like the new Freedmen's Bureau. And the other one was laying out, you know, how to allocate the payments.
Resources, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so those are two very important bills. And, you know, after everything went down, the Black Caucus was talking about, well, there's still other bills, other reparations bills that's out there that did make it to Gavin Newsom's office and blah, 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 blah. That
Gavin Newsom.
Part of the explaining that they was doing.
Fuck him.
And this bill that he just vetoed was
was one of those bills. Yeah.
One of those bills. So California Gavin Newsom vetoes bill to help Black families reclaim taken land.
What the fuck
y'all should have let him veto all of them.
All of it. And let that fall on him. And not support him in that.
Right.
You know, we don't agree with that. We're standing with our people. You know what I'm saying? So if that's what you're gonna do, we're gonna let you do that. But as far as we're concerned, we're gonna do our jobs and bring the bill to the floor so that they can get voted on. And you guys, there was enough votes to get those to pass, by the way. The votes were there and they knew that.
Mm-hmm.
They had a super majority.
Mm-hmm. That's a fact.
They could have had a super majority vote. And Newsom veto won't even matter.
Let him take that heat.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have been able to.
Y'all bozos want to take the heat off of him. Hey, y'all got to get them out of office over there. That's what I want to see.
For sure. And as far as Gavin, he can't run again. You
Those type of organizations need to be dismantled.
They do not have term limits on the governor of California.
He's termed out,
Shabaka. Those we can.
He'll be termed out in 2026.
You know,
but he wants to run for president, though.
He can't run again.
He wants to run for president. That's his thing.
Yeah, but this right here just killed that.
Different office.
Right. That's why I said they should let him wear all that.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute, Brother Chair.
And what's so cold about him signing the bill, we vetoed the bill that would help, you know, Black families reclaim their land here. On the 17th of September, he signed a bill allowing residents to recover possessions stolen in California.
Wow.
So they can get their possessions. Whether that's land, you know what I'm saying, if we're going to go there, or other stuff.
Boycott the goddamn Olympics in 2028 in Los Angeles.
Possessions that were stolen from them, the Nazis. In California?
Oh, yeah.
Like, what are you, like, it's just so crazy, the stuff that they do, though, for everyone else except for us.
I don't know, but we got to give him a little credit now, because he did. One of the bills he didn't veto. He did pass one of the bills now.
Oh yeah, that damn.
And that was a formal apology. We got to pop our collar to that, don't we?
No.
Shove that apology up there behind.
No, sir. I felt like so he apologized, right? And then turns around and gives a plaque. What the are we gonna do with a plaque?
Exactly.
One plaque.
A
plaque, y'all.
And you got Negroes doing a photo op up there showing all 32 teeth.
Did you see that?
This is supposed to be some type of progress. Let me show y'all that.
Did y'all see all the teeths? Because I've seen so many teeths.
I gotta pull that one up. I gotta pull that one up. Hopefully it don't glitch up just for this. It ain't no video or nothing. I just want to show y'all the picture.
for right now. So we lay down a little.
Hold on one second, y'all. Y'all bear with me.
I know the work.
Get to these pictures. Because yeah, he vetoed everything except for the apology and the plaque. He said y'all can have the apology, y'all can have that. I'm sorry. We ain't mean to enslave y'all for 400 years and deprive y'all of the fruits of y'all labor.
Right.
And here goes a plaque. Here goes a nice plaque for y'all, just to show y'all how sorry we are.
What we supposed to do with it is what I want to know.
Oh yeah.
Nobody asked you, Google. Google over here telling me what the definition of a plaque is.
Fuck Google.
I'm looking for the
shit. Them motherfuckers will tell you, man, shoving ketchup up his ass.
All G's and Shabaka sitting around Gavin Newsom.
And speaking of that,
they was sitting right behind
and
Gavin.
Speaking of that, by the way, what's her name? Kamala Moore, who is on the reparations, one of the attorneys on the reparation task force. She says apologies alone aren't enough.
Right.
They must include material reparations. Kamala Moore, an attorney for former chair of the task force, said on X, it's combined with money. Moore said an apology can lead to communal reckoning and repair. Bottom line is cut the check. I ain't no sorry. I don't want you sorry because you ain't sorry.
Right.
Because if you were really sorry, then you would have never vetoed those bills or threatened to veto the ones prior to the one you just vetoed. That's a sorry to me.
Still look at him as the enemy.
Right.
He did this shit.
Right.
Repair. And I don't see them.
You don't see
what? I don't see those pictures. I know I have put them pictures in here when he was giving out the plaque. That's what I was looking for.
That's a sucker shit.
But I don't see him.
Right.
We sorry for slavery. We sorry for integration. We sorry for eugenics. We sorry for Jim Crow. We're sorry for lynching. We're sorry for stealing everything that you guys have ever built, or at least a portion of what we stole from you guys. We ain't that sorry. Like, are you crazy?
Yeah, I can't find that, but this is what I do want to talk about, because see God still playing in our faces.
That's stupid.
They still playing in our faces because they still out here
for y'all
trying to push the lie that Kamala Harris did say that reparations.
She said.
I don't know why y'all out here talking about she don't support reparations. She sat right here and said it. That's what Charlemagne the God Ladard keep trying to tell us.
And Tesla
too. She supports studying.
Did Tesla say that too?
Oh yeah, no. It's right on her Instagram.
Why would you say that dumb shit, Tesla?
Now I've seen quite a few pieces of commentary from Tesla where she was supporting Kamala and the Democrats, but I didn't hear her say that. Now, Tesla, you know better now.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like she knows.
We know. I expect this from Charlemagne. He know he lying too, but I expect that from him. Tesla,
I'm still
really?
For you're strong.
He posted that same
video. He said,
I knew that shit was happy.
He posted this same video. I mean, she posted this same video.
The same video with her with Al Sharpton.
Oh my God!
Oh no, that's not the one. This is with her on the Breakfast Club.
Right.
This is with her on the Breakfast Club, and fair use, by the way, fair use. So this is her saying that she supports reparations. Let's hear it.
Oh my God!
You stand on some form of reparations.
Well, look, I think that we have got to address that. Again, it's back to the inequities. America has a history of 200 years of slavery. Mm-hmm. We had Jim Crow. We had legal segregation in America. The Voting Rights Act was only strong for 50 years, and then they wiped it out with this United States Supreme Court in the Shelby decision.
That's a lie.
So listen, this is textbook. Shout out to Raleigh, North Carolina, by the way. This is textbook benign neglect rhetoric right here.
Exactly.
This is what they are told to do. Acknowledge all the inequities, acknowledge all the disparities, acknowledge all of the mistreatment, maltreatment, acknowledge all of the wrongdoings, the pain and the suffering,
but do nothing about it.
Never promise to do anything about it. Never make any solid promises.
And with everything that she said, we have a history of this. She labeled all this stuff, right? But so what are we studying? Clearly, you know what happened. Right. Clearly, you know what happened, and we. Right. So what are we studying?
But the wild shit about this is I'm gonna let it finish playing, and this one, she don't even say nothing about studying it. She's trying to pretend that her Lift Act is reparations.
Oh yeah, in 2019 she was on that.
Listen to this. So she acknowledges all the inequities and everything, all the history that we're supposed to be studying. She laid it all out. All the reason why we're supposed to get reparations, she laid it all out. But when tell me, y'all tell me if something wrong with my ears, and let me know when she say she support reparations, because I ain't hear it.
To the point that 22 states immediately thereafter put in place laws that one court found were crafted with surgical precision to have Black people not be able to vote. So,
Black people, are y'all able to vote?
I ain't had a problem since
right now in 2024.
I've never had a problem.
If y'all want to vote in November, are y'all allowed to vote? And if anybody is not allowed to vote in the chat, type a number 3, please.
Right.
Type a number 3 in the chat if you can't vote on November 5th and you're Black. Because she just said that the Voting Rights Act was only good for 50 years, and then the Supreme Court under the Shelby Act completely gutted it and took away Black people's right to vote. That's what she just said. So if you can't vote, let me know, because I'm pretty sure I can still vote if I feel like it.
And it looks like she deleted that video that she shared of Kamala with Al Sharpton.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, I know the video you're talking about. She shared that one.
She shared that one and said she made a caption about her supporting reparations.
They was talking about HR 40 in that video, by the way. They clip off that part. They clip off the part of the question.
And she's
talking about HR 40, which is a nothing burger.
Right, and that's HR 40.
Right.
That's HR 40. They start the video. They like to start that clip when she says, "Yeah, when the bill comes across my desk, I'll sign it." The bill that she's talking about is HR 40. We all know HR 40 is a nothing burger. It's a study. But let me let this clip finish.
Shabaka.
We've got to recognize, back to that earlier point, people aren't starting out on the same base.
Right.
In terms of their ability to succeed. And so we have got to recognize that and give people a lift up.
Lift up.
And there are a number of ways to do it. Part of my initiative, again, around the Lift Act is that.
Part of my initiative around the Lift Act is just that.
Right.
Nothing.
She didn't say nothing about no damn reparations.
Nothing.
Who you lifting?
That's the name of it. It's called Lift All. It's the Lift All.
No.
That's the name of it.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
It's an all lives matter bill, literally.
Mm-hmm.
Literally.
That's exactly what it was.
That's the same thing that she said. That's the same thing that she said on the infamous clip.
No.
She said, I ain't gonna do nothing that's only gonna benefit Black people. No. That's the same it's the same exact answer.
Mm-hmm.
To the same exact question. Y'all see all of these interviews that she goes around doing where she repeats the same thing over and over again. Mm-hmm. It's a script.
Yep.
It's a literal script. When she talking to Oprah, or whether she's on CNN doing an interview, or when she's out doing one of these campaign rallies, she says the same exact things over and over and over again.
And there's nothing ever exact or specific that she's going to do for us. Never.
Never.
Or for anybody for that matter. To be honest, if you listen to her talk, she don't commit to no policy specifically. Everything is just vague, and it's all about I grew up in the middle class, and everybody cared about their lawn, and my parents had to save up to buy a home, and blah, blah. She does the same spiel everywhere she goes, and it amounts to nothing, no policies whatsoever.
But that spiel for everybody else, it has tangibles linked to it, because we know that, fast tracking these invaders into citizenship is tangibles for them. That's tangibles. That's healthcare. You know what I'm saying? That's food. That's education. That's job training. Like, these are all tangible things for them. New homes, as you pointed out last week, with the Venezuelan out there in Chicago who just got his first home. Those are tangible things. That's generational wealth.
Yep.
And so the reason why See the God had posted that one was supposed to be his response to what Trump had said. Now, Trump put out this little meme thing, lying.
I saw that.
Lying. This is the thing. This is the thing. I don't know why. I need the all the black people out there that's saying that y'all voting for Trump. I need y'all to come to the front too. All the black people. I understand that we done with the Democrats and we fed up with the Democrats, and I'm so happy to see people waking up to the sham that has been. I'm happy about it. But running to the Republicans and becoming the blacks for Trump and all that ain't it, man.
That's weird.
I need y'all to come to the front.
Trump ain't even black people.
It's weird.
We already saw the probe
call
them
it
people. The blacks for Trump, that ain't even black people. That's white people acting like black people, putting black people.
And then you even got one out there called niggas for Trump.
That's definitely not. That and them niggas for Trump ain't black people either.
Precisely.
They just put black people up, but there's white people right behind, like putting them up to that nonsense.
Yeah, and I bet you they getting them motherfuckers posing for that bullshit with a damn short dog, man, and 2 cigarettes.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, but Lady Che had covered all that stuff on the RBA, y'all. So make sure y'all go check out her past episodes. But I'm gonna end this clip here. What are y'all thoughts on no reparations, no vote in California?
Hey man, I'm all for it.
Yep.
I will go up there to the goddamn state capitol and tell them to kiss my ass. Oh yes, I will.
I agree.
I concur as well.
I will do a live feed in front of the goddamn California state capitol and say, fuck Gavin Newsom, that they ain't shit. And later for all them goddamn house niggas up there as well, too.
Oh, that's what I want to pull up before I move to the next topic. So here's our brother, Big Money Griff.
Okay. Yeah, that's big money.
And then I was going to pull up the clip that they was talking about earlier. So, with the Congressional Black Caucus, here it is. And they're showing all 32 of their teeth.
That was
funny. That's about right. That's about right.
That's right.
Shout out to Travis Smiley for that. Yeah, this is what the original picture looked like.
Ass scratching ass motherfuckers, man. God damn.
The shame of it all, man. The sad state of affairs.
Yeah, you got a whole white man right there in the corner. Standing in front of the California flag.
Yeah, believe it or not, at one time, California was its own republic, man, from 1848 to 1849, if memory serves me correct.
Yeah, it was like before
they discovered the gold in it.
Then when they discovered the gold up in the county, Shabaka, County.
No, it was discovered in
El Dorado County.
El Dorado County, yeah.
Placerville,
Mm-hmm.
Kern.
Hangtown is that they refer to it as.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And they got a state landmark. Now get this, people. They have a California state landmark of a dummy being lynched. And they call that motherfucker a California state landmark. Yep.
But Sabaka, I thought California was a free state.
Right.
Shit. Yeah, tell that there to Biddy Mason's family.
Right.
Tell that to Frederick Douglass. But you ain't gonna tell me that bullshit.
Right.
Because I know better.
Mm-hmm.
Well, remember when those crackers was calling in to the task force talking about, but California didn't own no slaves. California had nothing to do with no slavery.
The fuck it didn't.
Right. Right. They don't forget this side of the world. Right.
What y'all deserve reparations for?
California.
Your murderous goddamn police departments, your LAPD, your Oakland PD, your San Jose PD. Okay.
Come on, they gotta stop with that bullshit.
Right.
They have no idea.
Redlining, segregation in Los Angeles. They didn't allow black people to live in Hollywood until 1964.
Yep. Wasn't it the same for Compton too? Compton. Black people couldn't live in the Compton until like what, 1962, 63, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. And then keep in mind, the black architect by the name of Paul Williams, who designed homes for Frank Sinatra, Lucille Ball, USC graduate, he couldn't live in those areas.
Yeah, no, he couldn't.
Nope.
He also designed the Beverly Hilton Hotel. Wait a minute. What was the name of the hotel where Whitney Houston died at?
Oh shit.
What was it?
Oh,
the Dunbar? No, it wasn't Dunbar.
No. The Beverly Wilshire Hotel.
The Wilshire. Yeah.
I think so.
I think it was the Wilshire.
It was something popular.
The Wilshire.
Yeah, I think it was the Beverly Wilshire Hotel.
Yeah, that's mad.
Oh yeah, right off of Wilshire Boulevard, right?
Right, in Beverly Hills.
Beverly Hills, yeah.
Because Wilshire Boulevard will take you from downtown LA. It will take you all the way west. Okay. It will take you into Beverly Hills. Then it will take you into West LA. Then it will take you into the city of Santa Monica.
Yep, that's correct, Shabaki.
Man.
Hell, I've driven down the motherfucker a million goddamn times when I was growing up there. Shit. Got stopped by the Beverly Hills PD on the motherfucker. Nigga, you take this car and you take your black ass back to Los Angeles. Don't get stopped in Beverly Hills.
You don't stop there.
No, you definitely don't stop in Beverly Hills.
Not Beverly Hills.
Look at Beverly Hills cop. That's real.
Yep. All righty, y'all. I just want to show y'all that real quick. The Coons, the California Congressional Black Caucus.
Yeah.
The reality is ugly.
The other one was better, yeah. Let's go back to the other one. Look.
No, the other one with the raccoons up there.
That was much better. The other one with the raccoons is better.
Yeah, this one's the best.
Oh, I like that.
That was more realistic.
That's an accurate description. And when you ought to knew with Gavin Newsom's ass, you need to have him up there, man, sipping wine with that Clutch hat on, where he put the goddamn state on lockdown, and this motherfucker's up here getting drunk in Napa County, celebrating his wife's birthday out there in the wine country. Oh yeah, and like I said, bad news for winos. Okay, they had a fire there that burned down all the damn grape vineyards, so you motherfuckers gonna be paying a hell of a lot more for your short dogs.
Yeah, at least he stayed in the state though, unlike Cancun. Good old Mississippi. He told us to keep our black asses at home, and he went down to Mississippi.
Yeah, look away, look away, look away.
thought it was sell away, but yeah.
And great state of Alabama, where you had frog face.
Oh yeah.
Segregation yesterday, segregation today, segregation tomorrow. What do they call that motherfucker? The heartland of Dixie.
Yep. Them good old Dixiecrats. All right, we're moving
fuck
along.
George Wallace.
We got Shannon Sharpe. He's on some bullshit.
I heard Shannon Sharpe, man, is caping for coons now.
Oh my god.
Man, that's a t-shirt and a half.
Right. So Shannon Sharpe goes full Sambo, y'all. He trashes black people.
Zippity doo dah, zippity day. My, what a wonderful day. I got plenty of nothing, and nothing's plenty for me.
So, LA comedian.
I despise a Yassa boss. They're dangerous.
Right. Looking like straight up Steven right there. So we got Dewan B, who's a LA comedian. He's gonna give us an update on this. Shout out to Dewan B.
That sounds fun.
Let's see. I'll post that about right here. Yeah, my grades coming in.
Hey, Brother Parrish.
Yes, sir. Oh, I got to.
Okay, do you think, man, you can go on
with his gray beard? So but nigga, I ain't about to blacken my beard for you niggas.
Right.
The fuck? Nigga, you accept that. Just like I accept the hairline, nigga. When the hairline go, nigga, cut it off.
Right.
Be a man, nigga. You got niggas in a barbershop now, 4 hours a day, every other week. Like our aunties, Miss Barbara Ann. Nigga, that's what Miss Barbara Ann used to do back in the 80s, getting them curlers put in. Now you got niggas doing the same thing. Man, I don't like it.
Got niggas wearing bonnets now.
Right.
Bonnets?
I never thought
I am a retrosexual, nigga. A retro back to when niggas accepted what the fuck it is.
Right. Yeah.
I ain't trying to look good for no nigga.
Right.
I wear basic ass clothes.
Right.
The beard is for the ladies.
Nigga, I ain't about to cut up my beard for nobody. Now, I guess if you an actor or some shit, if you in one of those vanity fields, I get it. That's the exception. If you're an actor, if you somebody in one of those fields where being vain is a part of the energy of that field, okay, whatever. I get it. That's some work shit. I understand. It's your bread. But me, nigga, fuck you. Either you gonna accept me or you not, bitch.
Right.
That's how I look at it.
Right. You should be looking
I'm about to be putting all that shit on my head for a nigga. Oh man, look at your hair. Out my face.
Right. Look at every
Nigga, it take me less than 5 minutes to cut my hair twice a week. Nigga, I'll be zip. Ah. Done. Line my shit up real quick in the mirror. I ain't brushing in no just for men, so no nigga could look at me. I'm a retrosexual.
Right.
Fuck out of here.
Retrosexual.
That's why I don't be taking jokes personally. I'm like, man, you live in the soft generation of niggas, boy.
Fuck, I'm doing that.
We do.
That's what I look like. When sassy niggas.
Yeah, one of the metrosexuals.
Anyway, that's my tangent for the day. Well, I might have more tangents later on, but that's my tangent for the moment.
Right.
But Shannon Sharpe, you made me think of that goddamn tangent because you talking about
no longer respond to any
shit being
negativity.
beneath you, and talking about you don't have another horse to rob. And then I had the Twitter thread up. I can't find it anymore, and I'm not about to look for it. But he was saying a lot of things going back and forth at black people.
Uh-oh. Excuse us?
Start trying to kill his vibe.
Ooh.
Somebody said, what do you do when you get your first gray hair? Lean into it, nigga.
Right. That shit.
Like it's coming.
It's happening, Yeah.
The Times say
What I got, like 3 of them?
it's time for the gray.
Yeah, it's time.
And you let God do his work. That's how I look at it.
That's what it is.
Now again, if you wanted them on camera, like if I had gotten an acting role for some shit and they were like, yeah, you gotta color your beard for the movie, yeah, whatever. I ain't tripping. I'll do whatever I gotta do for that. If I got a commercial, some shit they want to, nigga, but outside of a check, the fuck I look like buying something just for men.
Right.
Just to look young for a whole bunch of other niggas. I'm married. Fuck out of here. My wife loved my grays.
Right.
My wife was tickling my beard this morning.
Right.
She was clowning too. My wife was like, man, you was always an old nigga. Even when you was in high school, you was an old nigga. Yep, I was.
Yeah, not have a beard, no high school.
He's so adorable because he's between himself.
Yeah.
So, hold on.
I'm doing it for you, biggest.
Getting the text message.
I'm keeping it for the wife. The wife likes it.
Right.
But not of that. I'm leaning into my silver fox.
Let me see.
So I see we don't have no insults in our live feed tonight.
So at the end of the day, you got Shannon over here talking about black folks, but at the same time elevating white folks. And here's why that's insulting, Shannon. This is what happens all the time in black society. Black people, we come up off each other.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's a synergy. There's a synergy. You know, Shannon had his show with Skip Bayless, and the synergy between he and Skip, he acknowledged and he used to go off into his own thing. But when he went off into his own thing, what made Club Shay Shay the big dog on the block starting in 2024 was his interview with Cat Williams. But let's go before that.
Over 50 million views.
Cat Williams went on to address previous interviews Shannon had with other top comics. Steve Harvey, Seth the Entertainer, D.L. Hewley on that show. Or I think D.L. Hewley. But it was other interviews that gave Shannon the momentum to where when Cat Williams got there, he was able to propel the show, the synergy between the two, on to another level. And it's not so much because Shannon asks great questions.
Right.
But Shannon does do something that's great. He allows his guests to get a full thought off.
Yeah, he does.
He allows his guests to get a full thought off.
Right.
You know? He allows his guests to fully express themselves. You know, and he's a genius for that, because a lot of people like to do is when people who do interviews, the guests would be saying something that's real dope, and then the stupid ass host will come in and ask a question in the middle of the guest going off and saying something, expounding on something dope. So Shannon is great at allowing his guests to get their full thoughts off. Yeah. And Cat Williams happened to be on one that day.
Oh yeah, he was.
You know,
definitely.
And the synergy. But I'm saying that to say, it's the support of the black community, the black guests. It's support of the black people that gets you to that point, to where Joe Rogan wasn't interviewing Cat first. Joe Rogan interviewed Cat because you did it.
Yep.
People started following Shannon Sharpe's lead.
Yep.
The white boys started following Shannon Sharpe's lead. Yep. But what happens? Like what happens all the time. Too many black people don't have confidence in themselves. Too many black people are not self-assured. Too many black people don't see themselves as a collective as enough. So when Shannon Sharpe went there, he didn't actually purpose past Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan did get to the top around the pandemic and was on top for a while. But Shannon actually surpassed Joe Rogan. He actually surpassed these people.
Show your support, y'all.
But because white ice is colder, this nigga is ready to lower himself to only answer to them. But he can't, quote unquote, lower himself to answer to other black people.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said in the chat room, somebody named SSS said, y'all don't even check that bed, which Candace Owens. Looking at a video I did 2 weeks ago, dickhead. I did check Candace Owens.
Like, what the hell is he talking
about? Fuck out of here. Niggas love coming in with their cliches. I'm going to say something I say in every chat room and get some attention. Well, you got your attention, motherfucker. Now go look it up.
Look it up.
Niggas is weird. All right, back to what I was talking about. So this is what we see with a lot of black people, black men and women. And this is why, although I do like to get on the tethers, we got a lot of homegrown Negroes we got to deal with. Shannon Sharpe
we
allows
need him.
Skip Bayless to say, put your glasses back on. And we
need him.
He found a way
to
shut his monkey ass up. Shannon way to shut his monkey ass up and put those glasses back. You see how it is? Niggas be knowing how to niggas. That's what I don't respect about these Sambo ass niggas. This is what I don't respect about them. You can calm down. You want to go all overboard. You want to talk all kind of shit.
Oh, Stephen ass.
Like last year when he went at camp, when he went at Mace earlier this camp, Mace earlier this year when they was calling him gay. On the other thing, the whole situation with him, Instagram, supposedly having sex with that girl, supposedly. I didn't listen to the shit, so I can't tell you how it went. I don't know. The minute I read a headline, somebody gets caught, a man ggets caught making love or some shit. I don't want to hear no man groan. The fuck?
Right.
Some of you niggas is closeted. A lot of half you niggas want to hear that shit. Ooh, I want to hear what he sound like. What the fuck? Yeah. So I am not your sort of news on that. I don't know.
Signals
the minute I saw a headline, Shannon Sharpe caught grunting on Instagram Live, I was like, I read the story and then said, next.
But it might be overheating.
About listening to grown man grunt. Fuck up. Nigga, y'all go pull that audio up yourself. Nigga, I took TMZ's word for it, goddammit. Yeah,
man,
no, so yeah, I'm be honest. I'll tell you guys when I've sourced the information and heard it myself. I'll tell you guys. I'm telling you right now, I ain't hear shit. All I heard was, man, this dude, a nigga that wear a purse, grunting and groaning. Nigga, next story. That's why I didn't talk about it. Y'all notice as much, and I talked about Shannon Sharpe a lot on this show. Y'all notice I didn't talk about that goddamn story.
No, you didn't.
But it is weird though, because I'm going to IG right here. It's like, okay, you're on IG. You click on the bitch. All right, cool. You hit plus. All right, cool. Now you got to go hit live. All right, cool. Then you got to hit your shit. Like, the fuck?
Right.
You can't mistakenly do that.
Right.
Hell yeah, B. That's what that was me, nigga. Yeah, TMZ, you right. Yep. I did not verify TMZ for myself. I did not verify that motherfucker.
Like you said, Shabaka.
Yeah. I'll take y'all word for it. Shannon Sharpe got caught grunting. Okay, he got caught grunting. And out.
Right.
The nigga said, nobody. Yep.
I want to get to what he said, though.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Completely understand. Hell yeah. So, Shannon Sharpe, and then he ran an ad before his apology video. That's marketing, homeboy. I'm not boo-boo the fool. That's a lot of goddamn steps to go live on IG. Because I just closed my IG. When I closed, it went back to one. All right, okay. I'm on the motherfucker. Let me close out of it. Let me see what happens when I come back to it. And you lying your monkey ass off, Shannon Sharpe.
You know what you did.
Right. You lying your ass off. So homie been on some weird shit.
Yeah, he has.
And let's take it even further. Think about, look at how he's been with the Caitlin Clark, Jim Carrey looking bride.
God.
No,
he's been, him and Stephen A. Smith been going ham over Caitlin Clark without balancing the Angel Reese impact and how the fact that it's the synergy between Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark that's making this attraction people watch. Yes, Caitlin Clark is good, but at the same time, this nigga been going overboard talking about her. No, man, no, you gotta understand. You gotta understand. Nigga. Now Caitlin Clark is the best thing that ever happened to women's basketball.
Bullshit.
And then you think about how much he be dick riding LeBron. This nigga Shannon Sharpe a couple years ago. Y'all remember when he almost got in that fight at a Laker game?
Yeah.
With the Memphis Grizzlies over some shit he said about LeBron?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the Rampart division of the LA
just
got
the biggest LeBron dick sucker that's ever touched the media. And it's a whole lot of LeBron dick sucking ass niggas in that media. That Clutch Sports got that shit on lock. Man, Shannon Sharpe.
Oh, we need him.
The way he moved and stuff like that is the reason why cats have questions. Because you move weird. You move weird.
Yeah.
And the way you treat black people is different than how you treat white people, and we see it.
Yep.
We see when you're with white people, you're measured. You know how to put your fucking glasses back on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You the boss.
You see that. We see you know how to be cool, be calm, be still. When a white boy is around. But if you have an issue with another black person, too many times you wanted to fight. Too many times you wanted it to turn violent. It got disrespectful. But it never gets disrespectful with them white boys. I'm telling y'all right now, these are the kind of niggas we got to watch out for as black people. We got to look out for Tethers, but we also got to look out for black people who are only about it when it comes to other black people.
Oh man, I posted the link again.
Because they're dangerous. These are the ones talk about black on black crime. These are the ones that are hurt and harm another black person over scuffing up their tennis shoes.
Yes.
Over the most small, menial of things. But let a white person come around. They're the next coming to Jesus. A lot of you niggas out there, whoever gave me a thumbs down, you probably one of them bitch ass niggas. Anything white people do, they fucking God. They Jesus. You ain't got nothing. They can't do nothing wrong. But then when a black person come around, they gotta be perfect.
Yeah.
They gotta do things a certain way. They gotta be all the way right in line, in alignment with whatever your little small boxed in little ass bitch ass mind thinks is right and possible. That ain't cool. Everybody in the chat room, press the number 1 if you know at least 10 black people like Shannon Sharpe.
Oh shit. I'm definitely hitting number 1.
If you know at least 20, press number 2.
Oh, I'm hitting number 2 now. Number 2.
If you know at least 20 people like Shannon Sharpe, press number 2. Come on, chat. We all know at least 10 niggas like this.
I want to get to what he said.
We all
about black women.
We all know these kind of niggas. That's right. If Larry could call in, I don't know if he's around, but if Larry could call in, he'll tell you the Breakfast Club at that same time. Let's go back to the environment. This is back in 2016. When it comes down to it, Shannon Sharpe came in during this environment being black, bliggity, black. And that nigga went from that to talking about black women's hair like this.
Oh, man.
No, he fucked up.
You know, you never supposed to mess with a sister's head.
It's always a nigga that puts his glasses black on when a white boy flex at him that want to come talking shit to black people like this. Telling Mace and Cam that you're beneath me. I can only answer to white boys who I surpassed.
Zippity doo dah, zippity day. My, what a fucked up day. Goddamn ass scratches is sick, man.
This is what's been going on with Shannon Sharpe.
You couldn't handle that, huh?
Y'all know I like to talk about the current news and combine it over a timeline. Personally, I have no personal issues with Shannon Sharpe. None at all. As a matter of fact, when I went to go see Cat Williams, that when Cat filmed his Netflix special,
like East Side,
I went to that show and I saw Shannon Sharpe backstage. You know, he's like a solid brother.
Up in detox.
But what I see, I have compassion for Shannon Sharpe in some ways. I'm a Gemini. I see it two ways. On one hand, I have compassion because at the end of the day, he's another victim of white supremacy and the whole making black people feel less than. And he was raised down south. You know, he was a farmer. Oh, let's not even get into how he used to talk about Kwame Brown when Kwame Brown used to go at him, calling Kwame Brown a sharecropper and all kind of shit like that. He used to do. He used all the slave jokes on Kwame Brown as if this nigga don't look like a premium price slave shaped ass nigga. I swear to God, if there's a slave auction, the top 3 niggas that would go would be Draymond Green, LeBron James, and a 27-year-old Shannon Sharpe. Them niggas will go top 3 at the slave auction every fucking time. Draymond Green, LeBron James, and Shannon Sharpe. Those would be the top 3 slaves sold at any goddamn slave meat market on goddamn earth. But Shannon, the way white supremacy worked, he identified the dark-skinned loser.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell when he makes statements like he made about, I only gonna answer to the white boys when he put glasses back on. That's a victim of believing what the system talks about you, says about you. So on one hand, I have compassion. On the other hand, nigga, fuck that bullshit. You a grown ass man.
Right.
You had all that. You got insurance, nigga. You need to go to therapy. You too goddamn old to be inferior like that. So yeah, I understand white supremacy beat that into your ox ass shaped having ass head mind. I get it. I get white supremacy beat it into your mind, nigga. But you grown and old now. You got free will.
Right.
If you don't take your ass to therapy and learn to love yourself, nigga.
Right.
See, that's what it comes down to, like that, and love yourself at the same time.
Right.
You cannot talk about you guys are beneath me. These white boys are the only ones I got to answer to.
Right.
All of those words, when I see him checking Chad Ochocinco live on air,
oh yeah,
that's no self-respect, because a self-respecting person understands I don't want nobody to treat me this way.
Right.
I'm not treating nobody else that way, especially over something like this that can easily be talked about off air.
Right.
You do that when you are insecure with who you are.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I don't buy that shit.
Right.
That's why I throw a lot of you cornball ass niggas off. you have niggas like Shannon Sharpe go around, like half of you niggas that be in the chat room and in the comment section, nigga got a goddamn 6-pack, nigga shaped like goddamn God on earth. What the fuck good being? What the fuck? Hey, in shape niggas. What good is all them 6-pack, all them sit-ups and push-ups? What good is all that 2 hours in the gym do for you if you still hate yourself, nigga? Right. I be laughing at these motherfuckers. Oh, you still a big dude. Yeah, and I love this shit too. The fuck good is on abs if you don't like it? Right. The fuck good is a goddamn 400-pound bench press if you wish you had white skin on top of it?
Oh God,
nigga, you a waste of muscles, nigga. How you spend all that time trying to look good and you don't feel good from the inside?
Right. And that's why we created the hashtag resurrection of the mental dead.
True freedom is the internal liberty, not what your outer shell looks like. Right. Now, if you want your outer shell to look a certain, that's fine too. Ain't nothing wrong with none of that shit. Be who the fuck you are. That's my whole thing is. However you want to be it. Because whatever that is going to have to got to love yourself.
That's true.
And if you don't love yourself, you still look like a motherfucking fool.
Right.
You just a fool with muscle. Yeah, Sammy Sosa.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
No, sad.
Bleaching your skin.
That tether.
Fuck is that kind of
tether
bullshit?
right there, Shabaka.
Yeah.
If you don't learn who the fuck you are,
right.
I'm sure Shannon Sharpe comes from good stock too. He from the South. I'm sure if he chased his mom and dad's lineage, he gonna find some dope ass ancestors. Mm-hmm. I am 99% sure if Shannon Sharpe just knew who the fuck he was, and he can find so much love and so much greatness just in his own bloodline.
Right.
That's why we call it the hashtag resurrection of the mental dead, because he's talking about brain dead motherfuckers.
I was talking to my wife today. We was talking before we came in here. That's why I started a little bit late. Me and my wife was drinking mimosas, just having a good chat.
Oh yeah, y'all.
And we was talking about how like there are generations of black people out here who don't know who George Washington Carver is. Think about that. There are black people who really don't understand the effect George Washington Carver had on America.
Oh yeah, shout out to George Washington.
They don't know who Benjamin Banneker is.
Right.
That's really sad.
We don't know who
What's that?
Booker T. Washington is. Frederick Douglass.
Oh,
I mean, we got so much greatness, and they don't know who people are. They don't know that great grand uncle that stood up to the Klan and ran them out of town from their rural Mississippi or Arkansas or Alabama town. We all got uncles like that in our family that we don't even know about. We didn't get here as black people through happenstance. We didn't survive slavery and Jim Crow with a whole bunch of punk ass ancestors.
Right.
Right.
Our ancestors was G's, goddammit.
Right.
For us to still be here, this how we know our ancestors was G's.
That's my line.
Right.
Not only are we here as a people, we still have a great humanity about us.
Mm-hmm.
We ever think about that?
Yeah.
As much as I don't like all these vote blue no matter who niggas, as much as I can't stand these these niggas that have slaved themselves out to the Democrat,
Mm-hmm.
when I take my political cap off and put on my humanity cap, I look at black people, I be like, damn. In spite of all we've gone through, we still have the humanity to still want to help other people.
We should fucking just walk away. Right. I tell you, we should just walk away.
You ever think about that?
We can't do it.
Yeah.
I think about it every day, though.
As much as I can't stand these niggas and how they act, it pisses me the fuck off.
Look, man, just ask for help, so I got you.
But when I take a step back and look at it from a spiritual point of view, it's like, damn, niggas still got that much love in their heart to want to help immigrants out, to want to help this group out, that group out. Like, goddamn, we some super special motherfuckers.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't agree with how they spread that love. I think that we need to turn that love around. I think our issue is we do have that love, but we spend that time loving others when we should turn that love 180 degrees back into ourselves.
Right.
But just the fact that level of love didn't get me out of us, that's fucking crazy.
Right.
If you think about what we've gone through over the last 400 years.
Right.
That's insane. That love has not gotten beat out of us.
Right.
I don't know, man.
We don't have a culture of scamming like other groups where they look at scamming as if that's just normal. Look at China. I remember doing like a deep dive on like the culture of China when I was in college. Mm-hmm. And like, do you know, like in China in Mandarin, they don't really have a word for cheating.
No, they don't.
Like they don't, like, for them, cheating is like there's no negative context to cheating. Mm-hmm. They see it as if like, hell, whatever you gotta do to get to the top. Mm-hmm. We as a people, we got a moral code. We be trying, and that's why we get our ass fair with people who ain't fair.
Right.
Exactly, man. Exactly. I'll be like, fair is fair. No.
We still have fairness inside of us. Let's just think about the things that we say that's wrong with us. And in the grand chat room, I agree with y'all. These are things that have been getting us fucked up into something that we need to fix. But we need to fix, not take these attributes away from us. They can only be transformed.
That's right.
Right.
But the fact that we still have it in us, and we don't have this scab on us. We still open.
I would be mean and angry all day. Like, fuck you, and fuck you.
The only thing we got to do is use these attributes for ourselves. We have to be fair to each other. When we look at the next black person, we got to be like, you know what? That nigga fucked up.
Right.
But we fucked up as a people.
I can't listen.
I'm just gonna stay away from him.
They hopped up here.
Like, let me tell y'all something. As much as I love us, let me tell y'all something right
I
now.
don't even want to get into it.
I don't fuck
That was probably one of my
with ghetto ass niggas and
figured
niggas.
that out, but I didn't want to.
If you wear a bonnet and if your feet slide, oh my God, I hate black folks that niggas that be when they in house shoes and they all you hear is
yeah.
feet. I don't fuck with niggas that drag their feet.
Right.
I stay far away from hood niggas. I got a rule: if you was in the gang, I don't go to your funeral. I went to the first gang funeral, first time in my life, last year when my cousin CC died. Rest in peace, man. That hurt. Died of a heart attack.
Damn.
He was from Fruitown.
Yeah.
That was the first gang funeral I ever went to. All my other cousins, my cousin D-Ray was on that show. It's a movie about LA gangs called Bastards in the Party. My cousin was on that. I loved him. But I didn't go to that funeral. I stay away from hood niggas. I stay away from scamming niggas.
Yep.
I stay and lately I stay away from preachy church niggas too.
Yeah.
God damn you niggas. I don't want to know. I'm not coming to your church. Nigga, I love them, but I stay away from Hebrew Israelites. I love y'all. I got one homeboy that is a Hebrew Israelite, but I stay away from a whole bunch of them because I don't want to hear you niggas talk to me about Deuteronomy.
Right.
It's a whole lot of niggas. I stay away from 90% of niggas. I kid you not. I love us. But I know in order to continue to love us, I gotta stop. You gonna lie and be like we perfect? No, we fucked up. But one of the things that keeps my mind in the love vibration and in my heart in the love vibration is to be around people who are like-minded just like me. Appreciate the Cash App, Andrea Rosario. The Cash App. If y'all want to hit the Cash App, Dewan Brown. Dewan B1. That's the new Cash App. Dewan B1. Yeah, Tasha, stay away. Like Nick Walker said, 99%. Damn, I'm not as cold as you, Nick. Okay, I probably stay away from 95%.
All right.
I stay away from bougie ass, boule type ass niggas thinking that you better than the black man because you got a couple more dollars than the next man. Fuck you too. Tasha, you know, Tasha family is like LA royalty. She know. Tasha knows. Her family's like LA royalty. She was around all of it.
Yep.
But Mike, I remember like when I got to my late teens and my family moved up to View Park, where the niggas that had money was.
You know where that's.
I remember being exposed to a different crop of niggas then.
View Park is
black folks that really had bread, and they was cool too. Nothing wrong with them. But it was a lot of the niggas. One thing about it, although my family's house had a view of the city, we never looked down just because we could see over the city. We never had the mindset of we looking down on y'all.
Right.
But my neighbors, them niggas would be like, yeah, and look at our house right here. It has a nice view of the city. Man, get your corny ass away from me, nigga.
Right.
We ain't better than them. Who the fuck are you?
Right.
Weirdo. But I know we've been traumatized. And we've been fucked up. So,
you know what?
In order to keep my focus, I know to stay away from most of you niggas because we've been fucked up.
Okay, y'all. I'm gonna end it here.
That's where I have the compassion. Since I know we've been fucked up, I act accordingly. I know when I'm dealing with a black person who ain't got their shit together, you're not gonna come back and hear me talk about we all just need to get together. No, the fuck we don't.
Right.
So the minute we get together,
that's when
a third of you niggas gonna be disruptive than the motherfucker.
Get it together.
Looking for the mic. Also know if you get a group of niggas together, the last thing you want is to give everybody the mic. It's always gonna be a couple old niggas or ain't a couple young niggas in there that just want to talk and hear they self speak and ain't saying shit.
Always.
You know, what I'm trying to say is, you know, if you drink water, you won't be thirsty. So what we gotta understand as black people is if we just come together and understand that when the sun is out and it's the middle of August, it's probably gonna be hot, you know, but it's all good because the white man ain't got no control over how we feel, you know. Black people gotta understand when you go to that beach and you touch that sand, man, that sand gonna be dry. But that's because they hating on us. You know, that's what men and black women need to come together. And black men, when you with your woman, I'm gonna tell you something real deep, yo. Y'all ain't never heard this. You know, because you know a lot of these niggas be playing. But let me tell you something real deep. When you with your woman, man, you give your woman and you treat her nice and give her a hug. Y'all ain't never heard nothing that deep before, nigga. See, no, and what it is, we don't even need reparations. All we need is for black people to get some land, and we gonna get some land in the middle of Boise, Idaho. And we gonna go to Boise, Idaho, and then get some land, and then we gonna come together. But understand this, I'm gonna tell y'all something y'all ain't ready for. I'm gonna let y'all in on the secret. Boise, Idaho in January. That shit cold. But it's okay because we're gonna live off the land. And we're gonna kill some buffalo and use it as hide. Y'all know how it is, nigga. It be the most fake, deep, simplest ass niggas.
Right.
We got an hour to speak, and this nigga taking up 50 minutes with cliches.
Right.
And then you don't get the angry woman that get up there. That's why I had to leave the reparations meeting the last time. I had a good time at the reparations meeting. But it's this, no. What's going to happen is we need Congressman Davis needs to come down here and be accountable.
Oh, yeah.
And when he says he needs to apologize. And when he apologized, you know what he did? My son's teacher, told my son that if you don't go to class on time, you ain't gonna learn. I'm gonna need. And he'd be like, oh God, what are we doing here?
He is not lying.
What's going on?
Oh, yeah.
You're not going to get nothing accomplished.
Everything that man said, I've been through that bullshit.
Yep.
So I'm already knowing if it's an open mic.
Oh, hell no.
Don't go.
Right, don't go.
Because 8 out of 10 of the niggas that get on that mic ain't going to say shit.
Nope.
And the 2 people that do got something substantive to say, they're going to be the only ones that obey the time, the 2-minute time limit.
Yep.
Only people that got something to say are going to be the only 2 that obey the 2-minute time limit.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of them niggas is going to talk for 17 minutes about nothing.
Talking loud, boom, boom, saying nothing, boom,
You going to get one nigga that come in.
Nothing.
See, now, I know we talking about reparations, and I know we talking about getting this school principal expelled because the school principal called this black kid the N-word. But what we need to do first is stop calling each other black. You know, we are the freedmen Moors of the Hebrew Israelite society. And if we don't call ourselves freedmen Moors, Hebrew Israelites, we ain't gonna get them to stop. They're gonna keep calling us nigga. Because we are really the Hebrew Moor, Native American, Indian, Potawatomi, Cherokee, Chickasaw tribes of America. And until we recognize our Hebrew Israelite, Moor, Potawatomi, Chickasaw, Cherokee, Indian tribe freedman status,
Well, I know the feeling on that.
Nigga. So we gotta get to the point to where we have compassion for one another. And you know that I know we fucked up in a lot of ways. So I know certain environments, I'm not gonna just go, I'm not gonna be there.
Just not gonna do it.
Because I love us too much to get pissed off at us right now.
Right.
I don't want to be laughing.
Like, God damn.
Going to this reading next. All right, shout out to Dewan B. He about to do his tarot reading. Oh my God. All right, Shannon. I don't know what it is. I have to say this though. In my experience with the Denver Broncos, I would say about 70% of them niggas is coons.
70 or 70%?
Yeah, I'll give them that.
70 in a barn.
Having actually like interacted with them off the field and in their daily lives or whatever, them niggas is coons. I don't know if it's just them, but in my experience with black Broncos players that I met over the years, 70% of them niggas is coons. But shout out to Rod Smith, he not a coon. Rod Smith is true, but
I remember
Shannon,
Rod Smith.
Shannon's definitely a coon. Every time you see Shannon, he have a bunch of white women around. None but K. Beckers.
Well, there's two things that don't last long, people. A dog chasing cars and a nigga chasing white women.
Uncle who used to play for the Broncos, Wade Manning. He was a coon.
Wade Manning was your uncle?
Yeah.
I heard Wade Manning. Okay, didn't he play at the time with Floyd Little and the other brother that they had there? Because I remember Floyd Little.
Yes. He played around that time.
This is late 60s, early 70s.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah,
I forgot to name the quarterback y'all had at the time.
What I've been told, they were some coons too.
Yeah.
Well, see, one thing, man. See,
like, I'm an official member of Bronco Gang, shout out Bronco Gang, but I don't know. My interaction with the black members is like, y'all some different kind of niggas. I'm not on that type of time at all. Like they was like on some straight up coonery. Like, goddamn, it's just a bad look. But the Broncos was racist as hell. The damn management was racist as hell. The owner was racist as hell. The general manager was racist as hell. Like, I know we ain't the only racist ass team. Look at the Cowgirls. They got damn Jerry Jones as they damn general manager or owner rather. And he was at a Klan rally, and he was at the rally when they was trying to keep the schools from being desegregated.
Down in Grace State, Texas.
Yep. So, and they tried, oh, What was he doing at the Klan rally? That's how they got down. They still getting down like that. You just call it something different now. And then took the hoods off and put business suits on. That's it. You know why they wear the mask? You know why the Klan wears the mask?
Why is that?
Because when they're done terrorizing you, they go back to being the police, the mayor, the governor.
Yeah, facts.
So yeah, I'm not surprised about Shannon's antics. All right, so moving along, your boy Newsom, Shabaki. Oh, gruesome ass Newsom.
Impeach the motherfucker, incarcerate his ass, vote the motherfucker out of office. There's some other things I'm not gonna say.
I jumped the gun. Sorry, y'all. The queue was out of order. So this person that we're about to talk about next was not a tether. He was a straight up rider, and he will definitely be missed. And that
who is this?
Is Mutombo. Dikembe.
Dikembe, the House of Mutombo.
Yeah. From the good old country, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, formerly known as Zaire.
And also, too, looking at Mr. Mutombo's background, he was born in 1966. So that means he was 8 years old when the rumble in the jungle occurred. And we will be talking about the rumble in the jungle on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced in the very, very near future, is because we're coming up on the 50th anniversary of where Muhammad Ali had gained the heavyweight title that was wrongfully taken away from him 7 years earlier.
Yep. So you're dead on, Shabaka. So that would mean that Mutombo is 58.
Yeah. And Pete Rose died, you know.
Oh, yeah, I did recently seen that today as well.
Hall of Famer.
This morning.
Pete Rose, he checked out either yesterday or today. He checked out within the last 36 hours.
Yes, it was yesterday now because after midnight. But yeah, interesting. And one of the days, what was it? One of the soap dudes died from the Days of Your Lives. Days of Our Lives.
Okay, and then Chris Christopherson just died too. They went in threes: Mutombo, Pete Rose, and Chris Christopherson.
It'd be yeah. We had a lot of deaths this month.
Well, man, if you leave, you're gonna die.
Yeah, very true.
Everybody got that appointment. They just don't know where the motherfucker is. But that's a damn appointment you will answer on time.
That's what my life bearer, my mama, taught me. We all got a checkout date.
Oh, yeah, and that's one appointment that you're not gonna miss.
That's what my grandma used to say. Yeah, definitely one appointment I'm not gonna miss. Okay, so the sister from the Undisputed is gonna give us the update on him. Mutombo.
Yeah, the House of Mutombo.
Yeah.
Dikembe.
So he was 7'2" or 7'3", Shabaki?
I think he was 7'2".
Okay.
Mutombo. I wish I could say all of the names, okay, because he was a friend of mine since our days at Georgetown, here in Atlanta as well. You know, he had that storied history with the Hawks as well, and even wanted to buy the team. Dikembe Mutombo passed away. He died of brain cancer. Just 58 years old. And when I tell you the best of the best, never stop thinking about his people, as he would say, in Congo. Just wonderful. Dikembe Mutombo, and an NBA Hall of Famer, finger-wagging center who spent much of his post-basketball career as an ambassador for the sport, has died of brain cancer. Just 58 years old, the NBA announced Monday. Mutombo's family revealed 2 years ago that he was undergoing treatment in Atlanta for a brain tumor. The NBA said he died surrounded by his family.
At least he didn't die alone.
NBA Commissioner Adam Silver said in a statement, Dikembe Mutombo was simply larger than life. On the court, he was one of the greatest shot blockers, defensive players in the history of the NBA.
In the house of Mutombo.
Dikembe poured his heart and soul into helping others.
That's what he used to say.
There was nobody more qualified than Dikembe to serve as the NBA's first global ambassador. It's true.
He was.
Silver continued. He was a humanitarian at his core. He loved what the game of basketball could do to make a positive impact on communities, especially in his native Democratic Republic of the Congo and across the continent of Africa. I had the privilege of traveling the world with Dikembe and seeing firsthand how his generosity and compassion uplifted people. He was always accessible at NBA events over the years with his infectious smile, deep, booming voice, signature wag that endeared him to basketball fans of every generation. Let's talk about his Hall of Fame career.
He got arrested too.
7'2" Mutombo played 18 NBA seasons. Georgetown product, was the league's top defensive player 4 times. He earned 3 All-NBA selections. He played in 8 All-Star games. He ranked 20th in rebounds, 12,359. He finished with 3,289 career blocks, second only to Hakeem Olajuwon.
Yeah.
Mutombo followed most blocks with that playful finger wag of his, that Roman gesture that became his enduring signature and inspired many others after him. He was inducted into the Pro Basketball Hall of Fame in 2015 after averaging 9.8 points, 10.3 rebounds per game for his career. ESPN filling in the stats on the great Mutombo. Following his playing career, Dikembe worked extensively for charitable and humanitarian causes. He served as an ambassador for the sport, particularly in the development of the Basketball Africa League, which completed its second season in 2022. Mutombo spoke 9 languages. He founded the Dikembe Mutombo Foundation in 1997. Concentrating on improving health, education, quality of life for the people in Congo, his foundation led the building of a 170-bed hospital in Kinshasa, capital city. That facility has treated nearly 500,000 people, regardless of their ability to pay for care.
Yeah, that's where they fought to. It was.
He was so proud of that hospital.
Yeah, I know for a fact it was. I remember the night he knocked George Foreman out.
She had
It was
endured. Philadelphia 76ers center, Joel Embiid said Monday, it's a sad day, especially for us Africans. I mean, he inspired a whole generation of players.
He did.
And really the whole world, because other than what he's accomplished on the basketball court, I think he was even better off the court. He's done a lot of great things. He did a lot of great things for a lot of people.
Said he was a rider.
So he was a role model of mine. Mutombo's beloved son, Ryan, following in his father's footsteps at Georgetown University, posted this tribute to his father on Instagram. I'm going to try to get through it. What a beautiful picture of the pair. And he was his father's size, but the son talks eloquently in this posting about his father's giant footsteps.
With millions watching and many people benefiting from this program called Indisputable, we just need 1% of the viewers to become a paid member. We continue this content to you. Now back to the show.
At times, I thought of my dad as a superhuman. You were not alone, Ryan. The child in me would sigh to hear that this was never actually the case. My dad was a regular man who would stop at no lengths to honor the world, its people, and its creator. He loved others with every ounce of his being. That's what made him so accessible. That's what made him real. Dikembe Mutombo was salt and light, and today, on the 30th of September, he has been called to rest.
What you cooking now?
I love you, Dad.
Some ravioli.
Rest easy. I said I was going to try, Mayor, to get through this one. I adored him. Never a finer human being. I remember seeing him locking eyes as his 7'2" frame was coming across the hilltop, my fellow Hoya at Georgetown University. And the only thing that was bigger than his size, Mayor, was his heart. I mean, we still kept in contact. We'd have brunch. We'd work out together here in Atlanta. And I just always wanted Dikembe to give me advice. He was into everything, but it was all about helping people.
Yeah.
He wanted to help people. That's why he built that hospital. That's why there's Mutombo coffee. To this day, I remember he invited my sweet daughter and I, one of the last times we were together, to his office. And he was so proud of this Mutombo coffee, which is great, by the way. It tastes great.
I heard it.
Because he said, Sharon, is in that thick accent that he had. Do you know how much coffee the United States Army alone purchases? The women in my beloved Congo, they go into the fields and into the mountains and they harvest this coffee and they don't get hardly anything for it.
6'7" was his size, but giant was his heart. Giant was his efforts, and I mourn with you. Not that I had a personal relationship with him, but just because of what the Congo meant, like learning about people of the Congo and what Congo means to us as Black people. We are reminded that regardless of how much we suffer and are suffering through things, we still can and do survive, thrive. And that's what Mutombo's story is. Sharon suggested that she wished she could say his name. I think in this manner, it's important that we do say all his names, because his name represents, in his name, we see his family tradition, Dikembe Mutombo, Mopalando, Makambo, Jean Jacques, that's that European influence, right? And we are reminded that it was King Leopold who did so much damage and harm to the people of the Congo and Killian to get the rubber out of the trees when the Congo was a thriving space by itself, meaning it's so rich in resources. It's actually the richest place in resources. So it's when I hear you say that Mutombo told the story about Black people still being exploited, Black nations still being exploited by white capitalism and white desires, it breaks my heart. But it also reminds me that ground as fertile as the Congo and as unstable as the government is, still can produce diamonds like Dikembe Mutombo. So I definitely hear you, and I'm with you on that.
I mean, Mayor, he was so generous.
Rubber trees.
He had basketball money. I remember us talking just at Georgetown, and people don't realize how brilliant his mind is.
His missionary,
he wasn't there.
They came up short.
He was there to become a doctor. And I remember him saying that he didn't even tell his parents he was at Georgetown. He couldn't go home a lot, if at all. And they didn't know anything about this basketball. And it took Coach, may he rest in peace, Thompson, others, when it finally, he's about to graduate here,
to
explain to his parents that will know, Mommy and Daddy, I won't be a doctor.
All the railroads.
And here's why. I have this other thing going on called the MBA and millions of dollars, but you have my word, I will use this to help. They spent so much of it.
In Brazzaville, Congo, when the British left, they destroyed all the railroads that were built, and then
we're doing a show, right?
Yeah, and then the French took all the toilet paper out of Guinea Conakry.
That's some cowardly shit.
This time and money and raising more.
It's called demoralization.
keep promises that he made.
That's some real fucked up shit.
Keep those promises. And still, as Ryan, his son, said, he wanted to help others.
Colonized by like.
You know, I was looking at our old text today.
In the chat.
And there was an issue he was helping me with just my daughter.
We can't call you. Are you
in a school I desperately wanted to get her in. I thought it would match her educationally. And he worked hard and said, okay, when are we going to have a conversation with this mutual friend? And I can help and I'll do this or do that. Whenever he talked, I just listened. But integrity. There were times we would talk about things that were going on in our city, the world. And make no mistake about it, this was a man of faith who would not turn his back on the integrity aspect. I just feel so much for his beautiful Rose, his beautiful wife, his kids, Mutombo Foundation, Mutombo Coffee, everything else he was working on. You want to talk about somebody who packed a lot in, so much in for those 58 years. I said it, Mayor, I don't know a better human to have achieved the Hall of Fame in basketball. And that's not even going to be the first thing we think about. What say you?
Yeah, I think, much like Jimmy Carter, Dikembe Mutombo's life is not defined how he was introduced to us. We knew Jimmy Carter as a president, but his legacy is so much more. And I think the same is true in that respect about Dikembe Mutombo. And I think it's also important to say that, when you tell the story about his parents and him not wanting to tell him about the NBA, some folk in America tend to believe that what's going on in America, everybody knows about it in the world. But I think in 2015, I did a campaign. I was working on a campaign for someone who went to school in Ohio, but was from the Democratic Republic of Congo, who wanted to run for president. Eddie Deshume he went to school and he was going back home to run. And we started thinking about building a new party, a political party. And some of the parts of Congo we were going, people didn't even know what America was. Like, they were living their lives, this whole different world, disconnected from everything outside. And it was so beautiful to be in those spaces and how great it is. So I can't even imagine what that conversation was like, his dad and his mom, because I'm certain they knew where doctors were. Talking about, you're gonna be a professional.
Yeah, he said he had to be sensitive, because being a doctor was everything to his father in particular. They understood. Okay, they understood. And the times that he told me about going back, and he's a humble person, but the streets flooded and they loved him because he never forgot. His was not just this American dream. He knew the wealth of his people and the riches of his people, and he wanted to stay connected in every way. That's who he was. And I just want to say, we love you, Dikembe, and we will remember you always. You were great to me, a good friend, and you were great to my daughter. I still have this picture of his giant shoe and my daughter, kind of comparing hers to his, and my mother, who's barely 5 feet, standing next to him. A giant. And the world of basketball, including in Africa, is better for Mutombo, but just the world is better. This one, you don't have to add anything to it. This story as it's written, I mean, I really felt like he could do anything. It's, the only thing he couldn't do was stay. That's the only thing he couldn't do. We salute you.
Oh, no, Caitlin want to stand up against white supremacy. She had a video on there. Caitlin Clark talking about they speaking out against the fans, the bigoted fans.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you.
All right, that's a later topic right here. All right, what's your thoughts on Mutombo?
The saddest motherfucker.
Hey, may rest in power.
May rest in power.
May rest in power.
Definitely. So I definitely want Shabaka to hear this next one because it's gonna all his questions about the tethers is supposed to be answered. And just to make the distinction clear, Dikembe Mutombo was not a tether.
Not a tether.
He was a rider.
He was in the house of Mutombo.
And he was a rider. He was for black people at home and abroad.
Right.
Okay. So he was a Pan-Africanist.
Yeah, but he wasn't like, oh, y'all need to move ball back to the Congo. Y'all need to come back home with me. It was more like, I'm going to help y'all because I'm over here, and I'm able to help y'all because I'm over here type.
And thank you for letting me be over.
And thank you for allowing me to come over here because it was FBA that made it possible for people like him and others to come here.
I'm trying to think. Wait a minute, you just brought up a memory, Brother Check. Yeah, I think. Wait a minute. For Mutombo, man, I think they drafted a couple other brothers in the NBA off of Africa.
Yeah, he was the ambassador, though. He made it possible for the Africans to be able to come over here. Like similar to how FBA was the reason why was the Africans, quote unquote, that allowed for the Africans from the mama land to come over here. Because they were taking African immigrants. Prior to the 1965 Immigrations Act, they was not allowing African immigrant or any diasporic immigrants into this country. Right. FBA, Foundation of Black Americans, Descendants of American Child Slavery Freedmen, was the ones that was like, nah, that's our brothers, and we want them over here. And no, you're not gonna turn them away at the border. No, because we thought of them as reinforcements. Like, oh, these mothers, we're gonna bring them over here. They're gonna help us fight this beast. But we can see what colonialism did to them over there. So a lot of them washed and Europeanized and all of that.
Yeah, that's neo-colonialism.
They don't go to another black country outside of the United States. They go to like UK or something. They go up there.
Yeah, right. That's the neo-colonialism, and this is why I appreciate President Traore of the Burkina Faso of what he's doing.
Traore, this was barely old enough to remember when Mutombo was playing in the league.
Right, because I think Traore is younger than you.
Yeah, he's like 3 years younger than me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why I had appreciated President Museveni of
again, these are riders. Idi Amin, rider.
Idi Amin, Dada, nobody fool Big Daddy.
Thomas Sankor, rider.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Robert Mugabe, another
one. Rider. Oh, shit, it's so many to name, y'all. It was
Haile Selassie.
Steve Biko, rider.
Yep. Miriam Makeba, Mama Africa.
Yep. She was definitely a rider. Hey, Twins in the building. Shout out to Twin.
Hey, what's up, Twin? Hey, man.
What's going on these tethers? But we were just celebrating a rider from the diaspora, and that was Dikembe Mutombo. He just passed.
The house of Mutombo.
Mutombo just passed at the age of 85. Oh my God, 58. At the age of 58.
And so then also too,
he was a rider. Now we about to go on them tethers. All right, Shabaka, make your thought, and then we're gonna go into these tethers. Professor.
Okay, and also too, Twin. Get with us on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, man, is because we're going to be celebrating the 50th anniversary of when Muhammad Ali regained heavyweight title over inside
Next week, Tuesday.
Yeah.
Second Tuesday of the month, Twin. All right, so the next clip, or the next story, rather.
Professor.
Yeah, so rest in power to Dikembe Mutombo.
And we have a heat warning in effect here in Las Vegas.
Thoughts and prayers go out to his friends and family. And he was definitely a rider, and he will definitely be missed. So the next topic is for the opposite of the riders of the diaspora, and those are the tethers.
The Yassa bosses, tethers, Yassa bosses, coons, raccoons, ass scratchers. I throw all the motherfuckers in the same trash can. They ain't shit.
Exactly. And we're going to make that distinction very clear. So we're not talking about all the diasporic Africans. We're just talking about the coons within that group.
Yeah, all these brain dead motherfuckers, twin.
So y'all need to check y'all brain dead mugs, just like we checking our brain dead mugs over here. Yeah, they need to go into the trash heap of history. R.I.P. to Dr. John Henry Clark.
Oh yeah,
to the ass can of history.
Yes, sir. Yeah. John Henry Clark was a writer. To quote John Henry Clark, he only debates with his equals. All others he teaches.
So Professor Blacc 2 is going to give us the update on the tethers. Why do the tethers hate us so much, Shabaka? I thought we were all diasporic Africans.
Because they are neo-colonialists. They're on the puppet strings of neo-colonialism.
So Professor Blacc 2 is going to give us a rundown on that. Shout out to Professor Blacc 2. I've been subscribed to him for over 10 years, y'all. And everything he said has come to pass. Everything.
And if we can get the professor on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, that'll be a great accomplishment.
He don't make appearances. The past 15 years, he's been solo dolo.
Well, I don't blame him.
Meeting up with Tariq and Jason Black. But outside of that, he's been solo dolo the whole time in cameraless.
Smart man.
Mm-hmm.
Already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share on your social media. The white supremacists hate
rest in peace, Mutombo.
And now the Sunday address. This week, we're going to be putting some heat on Kamala Harris and on the other tethers. And I want to start by reminding you of a story that I posted on Twitter about a black man who married a Norwegian princess.
Oh, my God.
Now, this guy, he described himself as a 6th-generation shaman from California, but tethers do lie.
Oh, God he's damn, man. He's full of shit.
So in reality, he's not a 6th-generation anything. He's a 1st-generation immigrant. Now, why would he do that? Why would he misrepresent himself so egregiously? Now, before we go any farther, I don't want to be messy here, but we have to speak some truths. Tethers have given the Africans and Caribbean folks a bad rep abroad, especially in Europe. When you see people in Britain rioting and those Scandinavians going ham about quote-unquote immigration, they're specifically talking about African migrants. You don't see them getting worked up when it comes to those Ukrainians or even the Eastern Europeans for that matter. Black Americans didn't look at Meghan Markle's marriage to Prince What's-His-Name as being some accomplishment for us. We don't see Meghan Markle as being an avatar for foundational Black Americans. In fact, we took the opposite view with her. Rather than say what a great thing it was, we reminded her and everybody else she was in for the wake-up call from hell, and that's exactly what happened. The tethers, on the other hand, they look at people like this shaman turned Norwegian mail order groom as being an avatar for themselves, as if this is some sort of accomplishment for them as a group, when in reality, the only person who's gotten anything out of it was him. Now, before we go any farther, we would be remiss if we didn't talk about how this black guy from the Caribbean somehow grafted himself onto this Norwegian royal family, and whether or not there's been a racist backlash to him being there. Well, obviously there has been. And the princess, quote unquote, that he married, she said that she never thought that there was racism in Norway before she got married to this guy, before she started a relationship with him. So obviously this woman must have been in a coma for the last 50 years. But I find it equally interesting that this West Indian shaman, when talking about why he thought that he was having problems from the locals over there, he said, quote, "I'm not going to lie and say like in the beginning it wasn't kind of bumpy because you're having this shaman, bisexual black man coming into your family." That's how he describes himself, as a bisexual black man. So we got the intersectional train pulled into the station, and that train is never late. And yet, even with all of the racism that this West Indian shaman has encountered in Norway, nonetheless, he still says that living in Norway has, quote, "unlocked a new level of bliss." That's what this guy is saying while they're talking about him like a dog. But you know, that's how these tethers are. They're just glad to be there. This is the very foundation of being a tether. You have to make that devil's bargain with yourself that you're going to eat whatever level of abuse and disrespect and indignity that these white supremacists throw at you. You got to take it with a smile. You make up your mind that you're just going to go ahead and grin and bear it until you get to the point that you like it. Well, if you have any respect for yourself, that's a bargain you simply can't make.
Right.
See, there's been a number of racial incidents that have happened out in those Scandinavian countries. They conveniently leave out how white racist nativists attack black immigrants in those countries. But whenever some black person is accused of harming a white person over there, they make sure you know that the accused is black. Many of the white nationalists in those places accuse Somali and Ethiopians of violating white women, and they all rag on Nigerians as being scammers par excellence. And we see a similar trend in Asia and even Russia. Black people in general are not held in much high esteem abroad at all. Well, there is one exception, Black Americans. If you're a Black American, then you might have noticed that in those Scandinavian countries, they're more than a little standoffish until they find out you're from the US. Then they begin to act a little less aloof towards you, and that's not because of your nationality. When they say ugly Americans, they're not talking about Black Americans, they mean entitled white tourists. Black Americans, by and large, don't have a reputation for getting into religious-based combat with these people, nor for running around trying to jump on any unprotected Caucasian they can get their hands on. The immigrants are the ones whose names are typically associated with those kind of things. In Japan, there's a large number of Nigerians, more than you might expect, and yet you don't find them having high regard for the Nigerians. When it came time to talk about the most recognizable face in Japanese commercials, it's Black Americans who top the list. Yeah. Now, for someone like our friend here who's trying to improve his station in life, he finds no advantage in identifying as a West Indian, even though the Dutch had some Caribbean colonies. He found it far more advantageous for him to play up the idea that he's an American, since we don't have the baggage that certain others may have. Everyone knows our story, one of perseverance, endurance, struggle, and of being pioneers. We're trailblazers. We are the famous first. Our reputation precedes us, and by and large, it's a good one because we worked hard as hell under the most trying of circumstances in human history to make it a good one. And now we have these tethers over here who claim to be part of the so-called Congressional Black Caucus, and they spend all their time advocating only for immigrants, particularly non-Black immigrants, and claiming that they're our leaders. White power handpicked these puppets, funded them, filled their pockets with cash in order to artificially elevate them over us, and made sure to use their media monopoly in order to give these guys all kinds of publicity, try to give them artificial esteem. They're astroturf politicians. The leftist activists are angry that people like Ricky Torres are standing against Palestine and the war in Gaza. But Torres is an immigrant. Meanwhile, you have people like Corrine Bush who AIPAC targeted and got out of there. And sure, you can point to Ilhan Omar, but when the whole Mohammed Noor incident went down, she was MIA. And even though she held onto her seat this past congressional election, she's been far more muted in her criticism of Israel than in the past. The tethers are acting as political free agents, but nobody will be free at all as long as white power can use them as stalking horses to push anti-Black agendas. One of the things that these tethers are constantly coming at us with whenever they try to confront us online is, why is it that you guys don't want to be associated with the tethers? Well, I'll tell you why. Mr. Harvey, aka Your World, is fond of saying that America was founded by thieves, slaves, and opportunists. Yep. And we know what category the tethers fall into. White supremacy is at war with us. And when you're at war, you can't have one eye on the enemy in front of you and the other eye over your shoulder looking to see if this guy back here is going to stab you in the back. It's only a matter of time. If someone's first act is to run away from home, they're not going to suddenly discover their courage when they get to the U.S. Right. If you practice running away from a fight, then that's what you're going to do. Practice doesn't make perfect. It makes permanent. If you ran from home, I'd have to be a fool to believe you're suddenly going to take a stand here. That doesn't happen. People do whatever they can to forget about their cowardice. They'll claim to be proud of a place that they've never been to, would never visit, and if anyone told them that they had to go there, they'd fight in the streets first. All this phony jingoism. It's about saving face. Now, I want to mention, because it should be mentioned, that we have a lot of foreign-born and first-generation African and Caribbean families who understand the havoc that these tethers have wreaked, and they're not with it. They wave the flag of Black empowerment, not the flag of some corrupt regime abroad. When you look at the leadership of Africa, they're also no better than tethers. They flee to France, to London, to Switzerland. They enjoy their foreign white harlots, their offshore bank accounts. These
of neocolonialism.
For land and resources in Africa. Instead, they focus on giving us insults. But then again, they refuse to do anything for their own native populations. The disrespect that they show to us is nothing more than a public display of the same disrespect they show their own people each and every day.
Yeah, they got a lot
you
of
cannot be the leader of a people and mislead them and betray them and even attack them and kill them every day without hating yourself. Your people are a living mirror image of yourself. They are you on a massive scale.
Right.
You can't be so zealous about hating them without also hating yourself.
Right.
These are Africa's leaders. And a lot of the people in those places have internalized the same self-loathing. This is what a tether is. They would kill their own mothers to be part of the corrupt ruling class in their home countries. But since that's never going to happen, rather than fight for freedom at home, they ran. And now they're in the U.S. fighting to be part of the corrupt white supremacist elite here. But they can't have that either, so they try to blend in with us while at the same time claiming to be better than us.
Yeah.
That's why I told you the story of Hush Puppy, the Nigerian email scammer who was stealing money from companies and at the same time perpetuating a fraud on the internet, claiming to be into real estate, but he didn't own any property and couldn't tell you the first thing about real estate. He had millions of dollars, and he complained about the corrupt leaders in Africa who he fled from, but he refused to use his money to build in Africa or to do anything other than waste it on white designer brands. What a moron. Africa has hundreds of
colonialism.
Nigeria is the most populous place over there, and yet all these people, and they failed to even create their own version of FUBU. Same for Jamaica. They love to wear white designer brands, but it never occurred to them to build their own. Now, Black Americans are also dysfunctional in this regard, but at least we have built our own clothing labels, and we've put money and cachet into them so that they have brand equity. Nobody from Nigeria or the Caribbean would even think to do that. They haven't even tried to build a FUBU because they already know the African and Caribbean people would never support it. That's the problem that Marcus Garvey had. He had to flee from the Caribbean and come to the United States to find some Black folks who would get with the program. And when he was inevitably deported by the white supremacists here and sent back to the Caribbean, that was the end of the revolution because the people at home, in his home, would not support it. Hush Puppy wasted all of that money, and it never occurred to him that he should become the change that he wanted to see. But did he want to see any change? Or did he merely want to just talk about it? He instead wrote hollow and obviously lying messages claiming that poor kids in Nigeria could make it, just like he did. He even titled one of his social media posts, "Message to the Ghetto Kid." This is typical of the tethers. They're constantly trying to act as if they've got original thoughts in their head, and yet every time they open their mouths to talk about the world, they use our verbiage, our vocabulary, our worldview. This is why the tethers are so ridiculous when they call themselves saying that they're better than us. Without us, they wouldn't even exist. Without us, they wouldn't even be able to speak. Hush Puppy was a grand example of this dysfunction. This guy was running around basically doing an awkward, very awkward imitation of what he saw Black Americans doing, and he couldn't even get it right because he was just so strange. And he even had his little entourage with him whenever he would do his little videos, trying to imitate what he saw Black American rappers doing. It was strange as hell, but it was the best that he could do, because when it comes to having a Black man who's supposed to be showing himself as having opulent wealth, well, you got to have some frame of reference, and there's not one from his native country. It was amazing that he's sitting here writing messages called "Message to the Ghetto Kid." Ghetto is a term used for where Black Americans are in the United States, rather the status that we've been assigned in this country. If you were talking about Nigeria, you would say slums, not ghetto. But everyone could see that this guy was just another email scammer. How could he mentor any of those children in those countries when what he was doing was a crime? The best way for any black person to protect themselves is to empower as many other black people as possible. But these tethers never do that because they have contempt for every other black person. They've become just like the corrupt leaders of their home countries who they claim to hate so much. They hate these corrupt leaders so much, they become just like them. The reality is, this is why those countries are in the shape they're in. Because you have so many people who are perpetrating a fraud, so many people who are trying to put up a front, but it's not working. So many people trying to fake it till they make it, but they never make it. So they instead resort to trying to make it out of the country. Africa is what happens when an entire continent of people decides that home isn't worth fighting for. If Black Americans were to decide that we're going to Africa in any appreciable numbers and that we were just going to take over, we could do it. But you don't see us fleeing from the United States because running just ain't in us. And by the way, what I just said to the tethers or to the new people who are here, it may sound somewhat harsh, but it's not meant to be insulting. It's simply a statement of fact. Africa has been so demoralized at this point that anybody can, and a lot of people do, just walk right in there and just say, okay, I'm in charge. How do you have so many of these disrespectful, racist people coming in from Asia? And here they are, they're owning mines. The government's letting these guys have land for ports. They're just walking in and just saying, this is ours. And there'll be some people who try to talk tough and say, well, those Asians, they don't dare try to come in here with any weapons or anything or call themselves fighting us. You're right, they don't, because they don't have to. There are a lot of things that the African needs to do, but the main thing the African needs to do is to have a cold, clinical, honest appraisal of how he wound up in the situation that he's in. Right. And it starts with the fact that the African wasn't willing to admit to it in the first place. Yep. Until that changes, nothing will. Brother Tariq shared a video of a tether who was boldly bragging that she didn't come to the U.S. to build. She came to take. So did. That sums up the ethos of the tethers perfectly. They built nothing at home. They undermined the places they came from and collaborated with the colonizers. And when the colonizers switched from military domination to economic and political domination, the tethers refused to fight them. They just take. Mostly they take a boat, take a plane, take any form of transportation they can away from there. Your home is an externalization of yourself. And when you run from home, what you're saying is you're running from yourself. But of course, that's impossible. You can run to the other side of the planet, to the other side of the galaxy if you want, which tethers would do if they could. Mm-hmm. You can take up a phony name to sound like a Black American, which tethers do. You can talk like a Black American, dress like a Black American, but you still can't run from yourself. Everyone wants to feel that they are inherently valuable, but that requires you to create value. You need to be able to point to yourself, to your surroundings, to your history, and say, this I have done. Well, you can't do that when the only thing you've done is flee. Tethers are jealous as hell of foundational Black Americans, and they should be. When people around the world talk about Black excellence, about Black accomplishments, they talk about us. Yep. When you fight someone, you show them who and what you are. Mm-hmm. This is why the white supremacists have a love-hate relationship with the people that they've had to go to war with. It's paradoxical, but it also makes a weird kind of sense. You see, the history of the European is a history of war. Yep. So when they tell the stories of other groups that they've tried to colonize or enslave, they inevitably separate them into two categories: the ones who fought them and the ones who bowed down to them. When the European colonizers went into Africa, let's stop telling tales. Only a small handful of Africans actually fought the Europeans, and the ones who fought the hardest were in South Africa. That's why the term Zulu has made it into English parlance. Yeah. Those British white supremacists didn't like the Zulus, but by way
they hated them with a passion.
Waging war,
King Shaka.
And the same goes for the Japanese and some of the Arabs. Now, to be sure, when I say respect, I don't mean in the sense of affection. I mean it in the sense of when you have athletes who play contact sports. You teach the guy on the other side of the line how to respect you. What that means is you show them you'll knock them over. Yeah. Even if they win the game against you, they're still going to respect you in that they have to think before they run up on you. Mm-hmm. Problem for Africa is it's been a long time since the African has given the white supremacists anything to think about. Yeah. They've rolled over so many times now that there's no resistance left. 30 years after apartheid, and South Africa's no better off than it was before Mandela was let out of prison. And you don't need to know what my estimation of him is. The same goes for the rest of the continent. 70 years after so-called independence, and Those countries are no better off than they were beforehand. Yet you have individuals who try to show disrespect to us and claim that they're proud of places that they've fled from, or in many cases, that they've never been. What parent abandons a child and then claims to be proud of that child? What person is proud of their mother or motherland and yet flees from it, turns their back on their mother, does nothing for their mother, and would fight you in the streets if you ever tried to make them go back to their mother? Honor is something that cannot be given. Neither can reputation or esteem. You can only get those things through what you do. Making yourself useful to white power doesn't give you honor, because the white supremacists have no honor to give. You can't build a reputation by being a bootlick, other than to be known for licking boots. And as for esteem, look at how the Tethers gnash their snaggled teeth at us and hate us constantly. Because when people talk about Blacc, they talk about us. There is no esteem or any sort of value that accrues to being a Tether. The whole world knows our heroes. From Nat Turner to Malcolm X to King to Huey Newton, you name it. The Tether's constant attacks against us comes from a place of insecurity. And the reason why is when somebody has to run, especially if they ran from a fight, there's a sense of shame that goes along with it, because it's an admission of failure. And that being the case, when you have individuals who see themselves as weak and they're among people who actually fought, that makes them feel insecure. They're looking and going, well, I know when you look at me, you probably see a coward or you see somebody who's a failure. And I'm going to overcompensate for that by saying, no, you're the failure. And the Tethers always try to play that game. That is, until these white supremacists who they try to mob themselves up with put their foots up their behinds. Then all of a sudden, racism suddenly exists again, and they're trying to find some sort of pan-African, all-encompassing Black solidarity that they were the ones who destroyed. There's an uncomfortable conversation that has to do with immigration in general, and the white media, including YouTube, wouldn't like it if you actually spoke about it. But the truth of the matter happens to be that if individuals feel that they have to immigrate, there's nothing necessarily disgraceful about it. But if somebody goes to somebody else's land and they decide to insult them, especially if that person opened the door for you to get in, there is nothing that is not disgraceful about that. You see, when it comes to the Tethers, we have more power when it comes to them than we actually want to admit to. Because without us, the Tethers wouldn't exist. Not only would they not have had the opportunity to come to the United States, they wouldn't have a place that was even safe to come to, because they failed when they have 99% of the population to make their own home countries safe for themselves. We, as a minority, we came over here and bossed up on the enemy. And that's one of the things that eats the Tethers alive. They look at themselves and they see individuals who fled from a fight, and they're around us and they see the warrior class, and that just makes them insecure. Now, rather than get some guts and some integrity, they decided instead that they would hide behind the coattails of white supremacy and try to sling mud at us. That being the case, understand something. Without us, the Tethers do not exist. Not merely because they wouldn't be able to get into the country, but also because without us, white supremacy would have no use for the Tethers at all. The Tethers are meant to be an inherent buffer group that gives the white supremacists some people with the requisite amount of melanin who call themselves trashing us and talking noise about us. We have the ability to pull the plug on the Tethers. We have the ability, if we focus ourselves, on making it where white supremacy has absolutely no use for them whatsoever. White supremacy does not like them. White supremacy has and has never had any long-term plans for the Tethers. Their admission to the United States was nothing more than a short-term tactical ploy. And when the time comes, white supremacy will pull the plug on them. But if we decide that we're going to delineate ourselves from them, it's going to happen sooner than that. Without us, what would the Tether be? The little crumbs that they've gotten is entirely because white power thinks they can be useful as political mouthpieces against us. But by delineating ourselves, we're taking away their usefulness. Now, for the immigrant family who listened to me, the ones who came to build and not to take, yes, we're speaking strongly on this issue because we've long since reached a point where tiptoeing around the subject and trying not to step on anybody's toes simply isn't an option. Now, some may feel some kind of way when you hear us talking about these Tethers, but I got some advice for you. I'm talking about our immigrant family, the ones who are on code. You need to take a page from our book and delineate yourselves from these Tethers. You should be the main ones banging the drum harder than anyone. We shouldn't have to be kicking these Tethers in the teeth over here because you should have been doing it at home, or at the very least, doing it over here. The reason the Tethers continue to be a problem is because they know they can undermine African unity in Africa and support white supremacy in the US, and that many of their own brethren from the motherland won't say boo about it. So to the family from abroad, be it from Africa or the Caribbean, you need to start calling out these Tethers, distinguish yourselves from them, make it clear where you stand. And to answer a question that I get regularly, how can those who just so happen to be immigrants or immigrant descendants show that they're on code? Start by lending your voice to ours. Right. When you have people like Coleman Cruz and Candace Owens and others saying that they're against reparations, you need to be leading the charge to tell them that you may not be an FBA, but you're supporting reparations because it's owed. And everyone who's in the US owes a debt to the FBA community because we alone put in the work to force this country's laws, policy, and culture to be something resembling a civilized country. Yep. We alone made it possible for all the others like yourselves to be here and to have rights and programs when you get here. And without us, those things would not exist. And by the way, I phrase it that way for a reason. If you're not giving credit to the FBA community for what you have, then what you're saying is the white supremacists are responsible for you being here and whatever opportunities you have. You're crediting white supremacy with that. That's what Tethers do. Right. Tethers push the lie that white society is so benevolent and so gracious, and that why the Tether owes them everything. And that's why they prop up white supremacy. Mm-hmm. Well, take a look at what Donald Trump is doing, going in on the Haitians. As I've always said, when white supremacy is done with its tools, it breaks its tools. And truth be told, too many Haitians, not all, but dang sure enough, have been on that whole kick about we think we're doing better than Black Americans are. You take a look at Florida. You take a look at the places where you got the Haitian enclaves. Those places are hardly bastions of prosperity and progress. They resemble Port-au-Prince a lot closer than they do Portland. Mm-hmm. Letting a few Black immigrants have some government loans and a few university and corporate jobs was always nothing more than a short-term sham by white supremacy. White power never had any long-term plans for these Tethers. But then again, the Tethers already know that, even if it's only on a level that they dare not admit to. That's how they can boldly tell us, I'm not here to build, I'm here to take. See, they didn't build a business. What they did was they took government money and the government built it for them. Tethers try to make it a point to cosplay as people that they're not, trying to get by on other people's hard work and swing on the coattails of other people's achievements and reputation. Well, for us, it is way past time that we began severing the ties that divide. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Deborah Thomas, Gregory Jones, Frederica Moore, Russell Richardson, and Raquel Graham. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Are we going to let Shabaka go first? All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on why the hate Black Americans?
Okay, say that again, please.
What are your thoughts on what Professor Black Truth just laid out on why the Tethers hate Black Americans? And what all your was answered about the Tethers.
Okay, yeah, it was answered about the Tethers, but once again, as I stated along and will continue to state, it all boils down to neo-colonialism. And what it is, man, is that these damn Tethers are dangerous. They worse than Stephen and Django.
They're the foreign version of Stephen.
Yeah, exactly. And which makes them worse is that here these motherfuckers will come here, look at their own goddamn people and say, oh, no, man, I'm not with him. But as soon as that cracker comes up there and that 6 o'clock Barbie doll bimbo, oh, man, ain't she fine? Well, it's all part of what Dr. Marimba Ani had said. This is all part of the Ma'afa, a disaster so bad that it is beyond description.
Well, like Professor Black Truth was saying, they in denial about it. They'll tell us.
Yeah, that's the worst part.
They'll tell us in New York City, we wasn't slaves. We sold y'all into slavery.
Yeah, you the slave.
No, and they got kidnapped too. Come on now, Joe Gibson. They got kidnapped too. Lerone Bennett is put it off in the book right there. That's what I told old Sarge.
I'm looking for the video. I think it's on Twitter.
With Stinky Bird.
Yes, on X-Men. Or
Yeah, Stinky Bird. Yeah. Yeah.
X-Men.
And keep in mind, as Sister Mary McKeever has said again and again and again, why she was so
Said she came to America to get some free stuff. I ain't coming to build with y'all.
No, the Tether fraud said that. I know
exactly
the video, but not
Yeah, that's the one I'm trying to pull up, Shabaki. I remember I played it on one of our previous episodes.
And the only thing I can say about her is this: let her raggedy ass get stopped by the LAPD, Chicago PD, the New York PD, and they're gonna remind her black ass just how much of a nigga she is, regardless of where the fuck she come from.
Yeah.
Hey, pull up Christopher Dorner.
Well, they practice a lot of tribalism in their own homeland.
Okay, well, see, that's just it, though. Okay, now, see, this is why I did King Shaka's, because King Shaka, like I tried to tell old stupid Sarge, okay, is that King Shaka incorporated those other nations into the Zulu Empire, and that's why he had the juice that he did. See?
Ooh. Tethers and the Cutters.
Tethers.
we call them Tethers. And they call us
that word still is. Oh boy, that shit makes me laugh. Tethers. The only thing I just call them is a bunch of Pan-African brain-dead motherfuckers.
The T visas.
Hey, check. Hey, here you go, man. Yeah. A tether is a Pan-African brain-dead motherfucker.
No, they're not Pan-African at all.
No. Well, you know the word pan is all inclusive. You know, Pan-Africa, Pan-America, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Pan-Africa.
They even
want to deal with those in their homeland and abroad.
Except for when they come to the U.S., because, you know, they go through special indoctrination when they come here, where it's emphasized to them, you know, not to have nothing to do with us. And I believe, too, Brother Che, I'm going to research it, but I do believe if they do interact with us on a grand scale, yeah, they will pull their visa and kick them out the country. And just like I told you, just like when I told you, man, I was in, I told you about the story I had in Berkeley. You know, I was speaking with a brother from Nigeria, and he had the copper, and he was telling me about the copper frequency and what have you, is because copper is an excellent conduit of electromagnetic energy, right? So the white fella, he butts into the conversation, and I said, man, excuse me, but this is the conversation between one African to another. Hit with that truth. He didn't rant and rave. He didn't turn red. He didn't look like Mr. Endicott did in the heat of the night when Sidney Poitier smacked the shit out of him, which I thought was one of the best scenes ever. That was beautiful. Okay. He simply got his ass up and he walked the fuck away. You see what I'm saying? And that's all the fuck he had to do. Now, had he not would have opened his fucking mouth, okay, you see what I'm saying? He wouldn't have had that problem. Right. See, because I'm speaking somebody off of my ancestral land, not to you cave beasts. You see what I'm saying? You all didn't believe in washing your nasty, funky, stinking ass. Say, man,
they always got a butt in somewhere.
Yeah, but hey, man, can you imagine, man, how funky them motherfuckers was, man, when they first set foot on the continent of Africa?
I can only
what his brother from Ethiopia told me, man, they stunk.
The equivalent of 25 city blocks.
Yeah, they stunk that bad. And also, too.
And keep in mind, Black family, 25 city blocks, that's 40 acres.
Yeah, 25 city blocks is 3 miles.
Yeah.
Okay, now, and as the brother was them Caucasoids, man, they didn't even know about feminine hygiene. It was the sisters of Ethiopia that taught them the concept of feminine hygiene.
They still don't know
And
about it.
then,
They don't wash nothing below their waist. They some nasty individuals.
yeah, then hold on. And then keep in mind, and I believe, I do know it was our people, but as far as this business or the Moors and what have you, it was our people who taught them how to wash their nasty, funky ass. Okay.
Right.
See, but you know, Shabaka, you're a black racist guy. No, because with me embracing my ancestral ways, it's not racism. Now, do we say this here to you drunk motherfuckers when you do your Oktoberfest there in Oakland, California, where y'all get so fucked up off of beer you don't know which way is up and get to pissing on yourselves? Huh?
Yeah.
Do we crumb bum when you do some Scotland going around wearing women's dresses? You call them kilts? That's your culture. Okay? Now, crumb bum on the Japanese is because they believe in the concept of harikiri, because they dishonor themselves and they practice what they call seppuku or ritual suicide.
Is talking bad about Tariq. Ooh, let's see.
Let's
I think, is this the one? Oh,
okay, do we do that? No.
No. Hell no.
Yeah. And then when an Ethiopian woman told me, right there in Panthertown, right by Laney College, why the Ethiopian woman so hypnotically beautiful, it was given to him by God.
Right.
See, so I would
Here
debate with any.
This the one. This the one. I think I found it, y'all. Let's see.
Which one is this? When I say FBA, I mean the movement. Okay, I can't hear. I think I saw this video. Got any volume on it, Brother Che? Now, where is she from?
Haiti.
Okay, now that motherfucker look like she could be from Harlem, the south side of Chicago, South Central Los Angeles.
Y'all, hold on.
East Oakland.
I gotta reshare it.
You gotta what?
I gotta reshare it so the people on the video can hear it.
Oh.
Fighting white supremacy, while you are calling Caribbean and African people tethers.
Y'all calling us the tithers
We have a conversation about
the tetherosity. You sitting up here calling us the cicadas in your ears.
Well, what the fuck does that got to do with anything? You're practicing racism, white supremacy.
She's just talking loud and saying nothing.
Like, what the fuck is she talking about?
Talking loud, boom, boom, saying nothing, boom, boom, talking loud. Yeah, that was a big hit by James Brown.
He didn't like the tethers either. Is this the one?
Who, JB?
Yeah.
Well, they said bucking out.
No, JB performed in Zaire, man, before the fight.
No, I don't. I'm saying he didn't like the tethers, Shabaki. I didn't say he didn't like the Africans. I said he didn't like the tethers.
The tethers? Slavery built America. You're damn right about that.
Yeah, I definitely don't like this. Subscribe to that. Share that. I'm looking for the specific video though. It's crazy. This broad was like, I just come over here to get free stuff. I ain't trying to build with y'all.
Yeah, we saw that there before, I believe, Brother Trey.
I want to see it again.
Do you think Sadiq is a good leader though for this
No, it's not her.
So I can keep it fresh in my mind. So that when
and
I
that
get
same broad talking that bullshit that she just want to take, right?
Oh, it might be this.
Might as well.
Yeah, I know y'all heard about this.
Okay, then she might as well take her. Let's see.
Oh no!
I know that you're hurt by this.
It's just a gift.
I was the one where that broad was calling us slaves, which was in her business. That one was the fuck up.
That was the one that said she didn't come here to build with us.
Yeah,
she just wanted free stuff.
All right, and then what she needs to do is to take her ass out there to the San Fernando Valley in Los Angeles and go ghetto gagging.
Is it this one? Oh, I think it is this one.
Wait, I think it is her.
These hair braiders. You know what? Right is right and wrong is wrong. Okay. Now, y'all need to really be careful with going to these hair braiders.
No, that's
I'm African to the core. I will always respect my people, always respect where I'm from. But also, these hair braiding salons need to understand that you make your money off of majority American women. Like, you're in America.
Yeah, this is a rider. She's not a tether. That's not the one I was looking for. God damn it. Where is the video at? I want to go back into our archives.
I think she was the one, man, holding up a bunch of shit in her hand.
Yeah,
she was holding up a bunch. Yeah. She was holding up a bunch of shit in her hand.
Like, yeah, I just came here to get this stuff. I just came here to get some free stuff. I think it's this one.
Because not being Black American, but being talk about reparations. Let me tell you why I'm mad. Because not being Black American.
This damn tether here. You got CARICOM. Y'all don't include us in no CARICOM.
No.
Well, once again, brother.
No Black Americans.
Again, we're gonna have to walk you through that.
Okay, but brother Che, as I stated before, there's all these motherfuckers is on puppet strings of the colonialists. This is neo-colonialism.
And a plaque.
Yeah, they the ones that accept apology and a plaque.
Like, fuck that.
We ain't on none of that time.
All the fuck shit that we don't want. Okay, that's the.
But they have CARICOM.
Just say you're sorry to us.
They have their own reparations claim.
No, yeah, exactly. Don't worry, we'll be over there too. But you could. We were
that's
the
why
ones.
it says so. You're a
We were the
colonizer.
ones that told them you need to ask for this. A list of shit. Fuck apology.
And right when we said that, the king of the president of what was it, Guyana?
Yep.
Started French Guyana.
Yeah.
Started saying that.
Yep.
Well, Sekou Touré.
I believe.
Or the current president.
The current president.
They say, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Goddamn right. I said, don't worry, other countries. We'll be over there just after we get done here. We're gonna go over
this
there.
This damn tether. This is an example of a tether from the Caribbean.
We're gonna collect our reparations from everywhere.
American, but being Caribbean American, meaning my parents were. My dad was born here, but his family was born in Haiti. My mother was born in Trinidad. We're still descendants of slaves. Anybody that is in the Caribbean, for the most part, specifically Haiti, let's give it up for Haiti, because if Haiti didn't,
British slaves, you're descendants of French slaves,
over there,
but you're over there. You're not over here.
Okay, but the trip is this though, brother Che. When them goddamn French came down there, man, with them boatload of niggas from Africa, right? They sold them in Haiti. They sold them in Cuba. They sold them in New Orleans. They sold them in Mississippi. They sold them in Alabama.
Damn, it's a boat stop.
Right.
No. That's even saying it better. The only goddamn difference, man, between Afro-American and Afro-Caribbean and Afro-Cuban and
Afro-American is different because we had an ethnogenesis here.
Yeah.
Prior to us coming here, we were not. We had a whole ethnogenesis because we had people already here that intermingle with the people that were brought here.
Right.
So we're our own distinct ethnic group, our own distinct.
And the motherfuckers that were here got thrown into slavery.
Yeah.
Just for being.
Well, that's open for debate on my part.
The thing is, though, that is our family, right?
Because I got on that day, I got to pull up the notes, man. Because do you know, since we've been doing this, I got about 600 pages of notes.
Yeah, but they need to sue that colonizer, though.
Yeah, sue your colonizer.
Yeah, right, exactly. Sue the colonizer, exactly.
Come over here.
Why are you trying to come over here and stand in the way of our reparations?
Stand in the way or act like you are owed too.
That's like us going to Jamaica, talking about y'all niggas don't deserve no reparations from the British.
Yeah, don't worry. We're gonna make our stop.
Jamaica was a British crown colony.
Think about
just like
I know, but that's like us going over to Jamaica, becoming.
Just think about it. We could. They owe us too. There's a lot of places that owe us too, right? But what they're doing is different. we'll handle our shit first here,
Mhm.
and then go to the next spot,
Right.
and then the next spot,
Right.
and the next spot. We take our time, yeah.
Right.
But what they're trying to do was come
Mhm.
over
Yeah.
you act jealous because
Mhm.
you don't know how to ask over there,
Mhm.
right? So you come over here and act like an
But
asshole.
that's a divide and conquer
and
technique,
then
Lady
try
J.
to act like you were
Yeah.
owed something here
Mhm.
because you're black.
Yeah. I
You feel me?
experienced racism.
You're right, exactly. But no, you're an anchor baby.
Yeah, tether anchor baby.
Here.
She's a tether anchor baby.
Anchor baby.
Your
Yeah,
parents
anchor
need
babies.
to deal with the
Anchor
colonizers.
baby.
Because when they
But you
have them
see,
here, they automatically become nationalized citizens.
Right.
right, and so which means is that when all of them get jacked up by the Los Angeles Police Department, they ain't gonna ask
Yeah,
if
the
you're an
Los Angeles,
Afro-Cuban.
the police
They ain't gonna
department,
ask if you're Afro-Haitian.
slave
They ain't
patrol,
gonna ask if you're
treats us
Afro-British.
all
Hey,
as
we got
one
5
big nigga.
niggas here,
But
period.
that's not true.
But the diasporic Africans do not see us all as diasporic Africans.
No.
They not see
Okay,
us all
well,
as one big nigga.
Right.
They
okay,
see
Brother
us
Che,
as different.
Brother Che,
As
this
a
is why we
distinct,
have the hashtag,
group.
sir, called Resurrection of the Mental Dead.
And that's
our
why,
parents need to do is sue their colonizers.
and
But
that's
you are
why
not old
we're
enough to do it.
delineating.
We did. She's
Okay,
not old enough.
define delineating. Okay, wait a minute. Define delineating.
What all the other groups have been doing. So, like this bride, she from, what did she say her family was from?
Trinidad
Haiti and
and Haiti.
Trinidad, right?
Right.
So
Yeah.
she's claiming Caribbean off top.
Right.
That's her
Uh-huh.
allegiance.
Right.
She has allegiance to
Right.
to the Caribbean.
Her
right?
parents
Okay.
need to sue their colonizers.
Her parents need to sue the colonizers, the
She don't
British,
get
and
reparations.
she's a descendant. She said she was a descendant of slaves.
Over
Yes,
there.
over there though.
That's your
Okay,
Not
but
over
however
here,
though,
over there.
Right.
Like they have CARICOM.
Yeah. Sue
If
your
we was
Okay.
all one big nigga, why ain't we included in CARICOM?
Right.
okay, now hold on a second, Brother Che.
No, you
Once
have to go
again,
get-
the divide and conquer
That's a
technique. You see what I'm saying? Now,
Divide
as
and
brother,
conquer
There is no
caused
divide
by
and conquer.
who? Who
There's
is
no
the
divide
who?
and
Where did divide come from?
Right.
It wasn't us that caused that divide.
okay, hold on,
We
Brother Che.
fought
It
for
was
these
the
people to be able
Europeans
to
that did it.
come over here.
Right.
Right.
Okay, but it was the Europeans that did it. It's because, okay, just like the Portuguese go over there, they get a whole boatload of niggas, right? Okay.
Yeah, they
take
see
them
us
over
all as
there.
one big nigga. But those
Okay, but
niggas
hold on.
that were on
Hold
them
on, Brother
boats
Che.
did not
But
see
just
each
hold
other
on.
as the same.
Right.
They were
Okay,
their
but
own
we're
distinct group.
okay, but the European, his tactic was divide and conquer. Okay, so we saw so many of these niggas here in
Yeah,
Brazil.
you talking
Okay,
about Willie
fine.
Lee.
Yeah, you talking about
Okay, let's go up
Willie Lee.
here. Okay, now let's go up here to Kingston. We're selling so many niggas over there. Let's go to New Orleans and Tampa, Florida.
Yeah, they seen us all as one big nigga because we were a hot
And we're
city.
selling the rest of them over there. You see, so in other words, let's say, man, you had a clan, a family that all got captured. Okay, let's say 5 brothers got
We got
captured.
these tethers, Shabaka, that's openly bragging about selling our ancestors into slavery.
Right.
Okay, they brain dead, brother. That's why we created the hashtag Resurrection of the Mental Dead.
Bragging about
You
it.
see that there's the mental death. You see,
All right, let me
it's
finish
because
this
that motherfucker there will get jacked up in New York, Chicago, Los
Yeah, because
Angeles.
they
Hey, we,
see us all as the slave. They're slave patrol. They see us all as slaves. But these
now,
tethers,
thank you.
don't
Okay, you
see
said it even
themselves
better than
as
me. The
slaves.
slave patrollers.
These tethers don't see themselves as slaves.
Okay, because that's why they need resurrection of the mental dead.
Yeah,
Because
they
these motherfuckers is mentally dead. You see what I'm saying?
If Haiti didn't run it up, if we wasn't doing the machete chopping and
First of all, bro, we was doing all that over here before Haiti.
Man, like, really.
We
got our
were
own
the
problems.
spark
Don't
for
do
them
that.
to be able to do that
Don't
over
do that.
there.
We fight like a motherfucker over here.
Right.
We're lucky we're not really that.
Shout out to the
angry yet.
Maroons.
Come on now, don't do that.
The Maroons was
Oh,
Don't do that.
Oh, yeah. The Maroons was putting in some work.
We got to look more calm.
It was the Maroons. That's how the U.S. was able to run the Civil War. Is because the Maroons.
Right.
and the colored infantry.
Is she really acting like
anything you don't want to do, the colored troops will do for you. Anything you don't want to do, the colored troops will do for you.
They're lucky we're not really angry, really. We're like at 3 right now.
Mm-hmm.
We're just chilling at 3. Come on now. You really want to see us get busy and burn some shit down? You want to see us really terrorize some shit?
If you want to see something get busy, go to Los Angeles in 1992.
Stop fucking with us.
Oh yeah, big
Stop
time.
fucking with us. We don't flee.
Right.
We don't flee like we're
We
watching.
fight where the hell we at.
We fight. We stay and fight.
Where the hell we at?
We keep getting up and fucking fighting. We'll run off and fight. Like, what are you talking about, bitch? Like, this is a conversation I'm already going to just be the fuck off.
And
this
all of that,
right?
Nobody else would have really felt the let's do this. But I digress. I digress. France ain't paying Haitian people.
That's on you.
Because technically, Haiti owes France for just wanting their freedom.
Are you fucking?
The Brits ain't paying Trinidad either.
Oh my god.
So what about Caribbean Americans? Talk about
She's right about the Haiti part. About the French.
No, she's right about that.
She's right
Dr.
about
Bale give you in-depth on that.
Yeah, you do it.
Now, that other shit she was talking, that was straight ignorance. But the part about the French, yeah, because when they gained their independence, the way it was taught to us, they was actually free. But the French made them have to pay back like $120 million or some shit.
Oh,
no, they're still paying that shit to this day, brother.
No, they're not. No, they paid it.
I would have never paid it.
They paid it. It took them like 200 years to pay it.
I would have never paid it.
But they paid it.
Why?
Because that's how indebted they was.
Paid it. Fuck that.
They was indebted.
No, fuck that.
I will say we need Dr. Bay on that one right there.
Some things I feel like are just lies. Internally, my internal system feels like that was a lie.
I thought it was until I did further research that they really did. They really, I think we covered that in like our third or second season.
Man,
yeah, I think we did, Brother Che. And keep in mind, that's why the sugar cane was such of a commodity there in Haiti, is because Louisiana, Haiti, that ain't nothing but sugar cane.
Right.
So whoever the victor is their story, and they're gonna tell it from their perspective.
Okay, all right, and then Sarge wants to talk that shit to Dr. Bay about Haiti.
Dr. Bay gonna eat him alive.
And I told Sarge, you're gonna have to take that someplace else, because if push comes to it, I will kick Sarge's ass off the fucking air. He disrespect Dr. Bay.
Oh, I'm still looking for a video. Dr. True Bay had to give Sarge that work the last time they was.
Oh yeah, she gave him the business.
When?
She gave him the business.
When? Like,
you've been out the loop. It's been about a month ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I remember.
Oh, Dr. Bay gave him the business.
Maybe a month or two ago.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Now, tell me this. Now, all these motherfucking broads who sit up there and talk that bullshit, right? They would take their black asses right over there to Hollywood, and they would go ghetto gag for Harvey Weinstein.
Oh, my God, yeah. They'd be the main ones that be doing the ghetto gag. I said what I said. This is it. This is the one I said. I come here and get my free stuff.
Oh yeah, that's her right there. Because I remember the brother right there.
Oh no, this is something else. This is about the Aboriginals. This is between Aboriginals and African Americans.
Oh, okay, but hold on, old brother Che. But do you got the one where the sister cussed out the tether over there in Nigeria? Where she said if it wasn't for us in the civil rights movement, black ass, because it was us getting killed in the civil rights movement that allowed you black ass motherfuckers to come over here. And then keep in mind, if your ass was down in Wilmington, North Carolina in 1962, your black ass would be hit with them fire hoses too.
I think it was this one. The one with her bucket.
No, that motherfucker, they look insane as hell on the right now. No crazy
thing
motherfuckers.
I absolutely despise about y'all, us, and I'm going to say it because y'all scary and I'm not scary because I can't get no whooping. One thing I absolutely despise about us is that we don't take accountability for shit. Like, why is it so many of my African-American kings up here making videos and going live talking about Auntie Cam put y'all in jail? Did she tell you when you get paid or when you get a couple of dollars in your pocket to go to the trap and get some reefer? She ain't tell you to do that. Your actions put you in jail. And then y'all haven't read a book since David Goes to School up here making accusations on somebody. Read. And then I hate that I'm seeing so many of my African-American queens chiming in on the conversation. Like, girl, we don't be forgetting when y'all be getting mad, when y'all find out y'all baby daddies be fucking the girls that be working in the corner store and all that, and y'all be calling their probation officers, putting them right back in jail. We don't be forgetting that. You're on his depot, not Auntie Kel. Like, shut up. Y'all put y'all family members in jail every other family function and get right on the internet and scream blood thicker than water. Shut up. Vote.
Fuck no. I would never listen to that, bro. I would never follow that, bro.
What in the hell are y'all celebrating? Y'all haven't seen Camilla this entire time. Right. Camilla did the same exact thing the average nigga do when they know they're about to need you. Figure out a way to get in contact with you. She threw up a barbecue. Niggas been getting tricked for years with food. She allowed y'all to drink up all the check sodas that y'all wanted and take all the pictures with her that y'all wanted, showing nothing but gums and teeth. Half of the photos that y'all was able to take with this woman wouldn't have dare been captured in a photo with half of y'all if she didn't need you. She wouldn't dare be even caught standing beside some of y'all if she didn't need you. And y'all celebrating because she was able to raise up millions of dollars in 24 hours. When we got sisters and brothers out here in the world can barely provide food on the table for their families. People out here in the world hurting. What in the hell are y'all celebrating?
Thank you, sister.
Oh, we need her. How can we get in touch with her? We need her.
Right.
Oh my God, it made my heart hurt.
Oh, we need her.
Damn, I can't find this damn video. This bra was going in though, talking about I had to come over here.
We need her, man. Reach out to her, man. We need her on the podcast. We need her. Yeah. No results for African. Tether says she didn't come to get Bill with FBI. I think that's the video you talking about right there, brother Chet.
They didn't come to Bill. That's what I meant.
Yeah. FBA. Well, I'm still a diasporic African.
Just
for my generation.
What?
No, but it's just for but brother Che, that there is just for my generation, bro.
Yeah,
that look like what's her name on with the Outlaws? Ain't that there? That ain't
I was
that
ain't
her.
I had a conversation with my brother who
I thought she was the juice
brought me down
lady.
to size and made me understand that I represent everybody because I represent all Black people because I'm a Black woman. I'm a Black woman. So I represent Black people everywhere the fuck I go. Maybe he was just no. I represent Black people everywhere the fuck I go, and not understanding that I am the face. It doesn't matter if I want to be the face. I'm responsible. I have to be responsible. Honestly, because that was my mistake too. Because I wasn't thinking about if I post this, the backlash that I was gonna get. I had a conversation with my brother who definitely brought me down to size and made me understand that if I represent everybody.
Okay, I'm out after her.
I represent all Black people.
Oh, damn.
So I represent Black people everywhere the fuck I go.
I gotta save this data for the podcast,
I represent
homie.
Black people everywhere the fuck I go, and not understanding that I am the face. It doesn't matter if I want to be the face. I'm responsible.
I thought you said you was gonna ride it till the wheels fell off.
Honestly,
wait a minute.
that was my mistake too, because I wasn't thinking
wait a minute.
about
All right,
if I
keep on going.
the backlash
I
that
might
I was
wind
gonna
up
get.
falling asleep. Yeah, well, if you hear me snoring, you know I fell asleep. And you fell asleep a couple of times too, brother Chad. I heard you snoring on. I heard you snoring.
The ones that didn't fall asleep on the air where you could hear them was Lady Che.
Goddamn right. I'll sleep on the job. I'll sleep on the job.
Shit, well, Lady Che, I go into exhaustion. That's what happens when you get all young and gonna start gumming grits in a minute.
If I turn the camera on, you would see some really ugly shit. I'm like hanging off the bed. I'm looking at the floor like any second now. I'll be on the floor.
Okay, what about the tether ass nigga we had on a golf course that time? That shit was stupid.
on a golf course.
That was disgusting.
Yeah. I am your father.
That was James Earl Jones.
Yeah.
James Earl Jones. And then he does the RBC too. We had to.
Now, the best movie to me that James Earl Jones did, okay, was The Great White Hope.
Yeah, goddamn right. He looked good there. Right.
No, I like the part where he beat the shit out of James J. Jeffries.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
And the next time I go to Reno, Brother Che, if I talk to you before I go to Reno, next time I go to Reno, and if you ever hear me say, hey, Che, I'm headed to Reno, remind me to get the picture of the actual site of where the Great White Hope fight took place. And remember that Jack London wrote a song saying that all coons look alike for the fight.
With Jack London, racist ass cracker.
Yeah, fuck him.
Oh, that he was. And when we was with Unity Community
him in Alameda County.
Yeah, I did a live feed when we was with Unity Community. I did a video from there.
What they call it?
Yeah, I did a video from there.
Out there, the Jack London Square or something. They got a whole.
Yeah, it's Jack London Square. Yeah, it's right there.
The whole security force out there.
Yeah, fuck
for the Jack London Square. I can't remember the name of
it. That's a motherfucker, like British fancy. You know?
Yeah.
Fuck them. Yep. Fuck.
All right. Well, moving along.
You didn't find it out.
Okay.
I spent a lot of time looking for that.
Why didn't you just put it on YouTube?
I could do YouTube.
Right. That's a smart thing to do. That's what I would have did.
I was trying to find it on Twitter because I had it on Twitter.
This is fine on YouTube.
Oh, you got to be careful of Stinky Bird, man. He's monitoring us. You know that, right? I think Stinky Bird, man, heard it when I called him a boar and said he wasn't no African.
On the short.
How the hell white Dutch motherfucker gonna call himself an African?
I throw batteries at his ass.
Oh my god!
Because in my mind, they don't belong there. Fuck what you talking about?
Don't.
White South Africans.
No, Lady Che, they don't. See, Lady Che.
Scanners.
No,
they wish they can be Africans.
The Kardashians burned out black South African businesses. You fucking raggedy motherfuckers get battery stars at you in the States. So don't let me see you riding around with your flag and shit on the car. I'm throwing a battery. I'll throw something at your car.
Oh, I just saw it on YouTube first. I couldn't find it.
Me and
I couldn't find it on YouTube either.
We get in the car and we went there. We was driving around, and we just happened to pull up on a white South African with the black.
No, Lady Che. They are boys.
Oh my
they
god!
Are
I didn't care what I had. I started throwing shit out the window.
Lady Che. Remember the words of Sister Miriam Makeba. In the beginning, when we were here, we had passed down our traditions orally. Okay, so the white man comes and he says that you don't exist until we discovered you. Poof, you exist, which is ridiculous. That's what I try to tell old crazy Sarge. And Sarge want to rant and rave, man. He ain't no damn African, man. Let that motherfucker take his white ass out there to that damn Sahara desert. Hell, now, let that motherfucker come into this desert.
So when I seen this,
what do you think? Yeah.
Now who's this brother?
He talking about this African teller that this is the lone. What's his brother's name? The lone wolf. He talking about this African teller woman that said she don't date black American black men.
Then she might as well take her ass out there to the San Fernando Valley in Los Angeles and go ghetto gagging. Harvey Weinstein will probably give her $50.
Yeah, that's her right there. But this ain't the video I was looking for. The one I was looking for, like Lady Chase said.
No, that ain't her.
The broad had all kinds of stuff in her hand and was like Yeah, I ain't coming here to build with y'all. I came here to get free shit.
Yeah, right, because she had a whole lot of shit in her hands. And then keep in mind as that when her black ass gets arrested here for that shit, okay, when they type up her bus papers, they're going to say colored, nigga, coon.
Yep. Everything but a child of God.
Is that her right there, Brother Che?
Nah. It looked like some fresh and fit type shit.
I'm just looking at all these like little thumbnails.
No, it's off the chain.
That ain't her.
It's not under the shorts.
That ain't her.
Oh, fuck you, man. I tried.
That ain't her. Oh, this that bullshit. Ain't that what brother was talking about, man, about the damn barbershop?
Yep. That's one of them studs right there.
Oh.
One of them bull daggers.
Yeah, who love pussy more than 100 men combined.
Mm-hmm.
I secretly think that's cap too. I really think that's cap too. Just say you're a top boy and you like dick. This is really what it is. Because I think
well, Lady Che, Lady Che,
you know what I mean?
To quote the words of Robert Mugabe in 1994, when he was the president of Zimbabwe, Doubleday Book says we want to have the book fair in Harare, Zimbabwe, and President Mugabe said, "Yeah, come on, man, come along." Then they said, "Well, we want to have the gay pride flag. We're gonna have Al Sharpton there with a banana in his mouth." And Robert Mugabe said, "Motherfucker, you can't repeat that." And they did. He says, "No, you all get the fuck up out of here. You take that shit to London."
Here it is, Uncle Phil. Yeah. Shout out to Uncle Phil. That was 3 months ago. I knew I was gonna find the damn video.
That's a YouTube.
Is this the one on there?
Yep.
Standing for excellence in journalism and serving our community. Download the African Diaspora News app today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are here. We are here. We are here. Thank you for joining us here. But let me do my disclaimer because I already seen some people in the chat. Let me do my disclaimer. What she says in this video does not represent all Ugandans. What she says in this video does not represent all Africans on the continent. She is not elected their leader.
Uganda.
What she says does not represent all Africans.
Nobody fooled Big Daddy.
Everybody's different, but it is a mindset that we need to talk about because some people do come with that mindset. So you want to say this up front because I've seen some people in the chat and say, "Hey, man, I'm African. I don't agree with that foolishness." I'm not talking about you, brother or sister who's saying that. I'm not talking about you, but we just want to engage a mindset today because here in America, we really need to have that conversation because what she said in this video is actually happening in this country. And it's not just African immigrants. It's Latinos coming in here. It's Asians coming in here. It's East Indians. It's all these different groups coming in here with that same mindset. And it's very, very evident that what she's saying here. But let's play it in its entirety because I want to go the way I really want to go with it. So let's go ahead on and cue this up. Where we at? Where we at? Hold on. There we go. All right. Let's get it.
One thing and one thing only that African people care about, including me myself. I come to your country. I don't care where it is. I am here to make money. That's just the sad reality. But it is the reality.
Bitch,
me
as
myself, when I went to Nairobi, when I lived in Kenya, I went to take. When I went to South Africa, I went to take. When I went to Dubai, I went to take. I did not go to build the countries because in my country where I come from, I am poor and I left my country because there's nothing for me to do. I didn't see any ways of getting rich in my country, so I decided to come.
And your
to
black ass
other
ain't gonna
countries
get
to
rich here,
take,
you
to
ignorant
do something
motherfucking heifer.
Right.
Don't you
so,
get it?
Unfortunately, I can't tell my African American brothers and sisters that when African people come to America, expect them to build with you. No, we're here to take.
Okay, fine, bitch. And we got ways of dealing with
Like right
motherfuckers
now,
like you too.
welcoming immigrants like nobody's business. Every African person who is in a dire situation or who sees there's an opportunity for me to get a green card, they would do whatever it takes to come to America, knowing very well that the government right now is prioritizing foreigners instead of its own people, which is normal
to Fifth and Town in Los Angeles, right by the Fred Jordan Mission, bitch, and you're gonna see Africans down there too, except they were born in the U.S.
Who doesn't want to live in America? So don't be surprised when you see these African men or African women get with older men or older women just to get the green card. That is what we do because we are in a dire situation in our countries. So we are running away to come to your country so we can have a better life. Because I mean, who does not know about the
Bitch,
American
you ain't
dream?
gonna get a
And
better
then
life
come
here.
and then Joe Biden pampers us
You
and
ain't no
forgets
black
that he
ass
has
ain't gonna get a
Democrats
better
to take
life
care
here.
of. It's none of our
The
business.
only
That's
thing,
the
bitch,
reality.
you gonna
That's
be
the
doing
reality.
is going to the
Come there,
San
gonna
Fernando
say,
Valley,
build
ghetto
America for
gagging,
who?
making you about
You have a lot
$100.
here to take.
This is a
That's the
study.
truth. And I know I might sound
You
arrogant,
don't.
but I'm not a person who sugarcoats the truth. So when we come to your countries, just know we are not here to have mercy on you.
It
We
ain't
are
our
here
country,
to take.
bitch.
We gonna be there.
All right,
Okay.
all right.
And then the
Great
motherfucking police
video, great
department
video.
will be
Proud of
taking
that
your
video.
black ass
All
off
right,
the planet
so let's
too.
go ahead on and
Via
restart it. You know
shotgun
me,
or
I'm
357.
going to go ahead on and stop in certain points. And let's have this conversation, ladies and gentlemen, and go where I really want to go with it.
One thing and one thing only that African people care about, including me myself. I come to your country. I don't care where it is. I
It
am
ain't
here
our
to make
country,
money.
bitch.
That's just the sad reality. But it is the reality. Me as myself, when I went to Nairobi, when I lived in Kenya, I went to take. When I went to South Africa, I went to take. When I went to Dubai, I went to take. I did not go to build the countries.
Okay, let's start right there. Let's start right there. So, what she's saying that when she went to Nairobi, Kenya, she wasn't there to help those brothers and sisters or contribute. She was there to take from people in Kenya. When she went to South Africa, she wasn't trying to assist or do anything that while she was there to be appreciative of, being let into South Africa, say, hey, man, while I'm taking, let me give back to my brothers and sisters in South Africa so it can be like a reciprocal relationship, right? Oh, no, I'm here to take. And then let me say South Africans in particular. Then y'all want to come out and say South Africans are xenophobic. Do you notice that people call you xenophobic when you don't want them taken away from you? And then it's not only the taking, it's the entitlement with the whole thing.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's the
Somebody would
entitlement.
have did her hair for her.
Why is she so entitled though? Why does she feel so emboldened and entitled?
But she's angry about it. She got that vitriol in her system because she knows she had to keep going because she couldn't make it at the first stop.
Yeah.
Right? She didn't get no money there.
She went
So she had to
all
keep
over the
going.
continent.
No, her black ass got brainwashed. She got sold a bill of goods. She believes in boiled ice cubes and fried ice creams. Let her black ass come to Los Angeles with that attitude and watch how the LAPD will dump on that motherfucker. And that's real.
Right, talking shit.
Right. You
She
gonna
over there
talk all
doing
that
her
shit
own
while you
shit.
doing your hair.
Ashy as fuck. Right? And got and bucking at us, right?
Yeah.
The fuck you look broke. So much for taking.
Yeah.
Right? You really look broke.
I come to take.
I come to take. Look, you're gonna take this ass whooping one day. And you're gonna take that home.
So that is the epitome of a tether, y'all.
Like really. Man, I'm glad I saw that again. That way I can keep that in my heart. They never get nowhere. They never get any more money.
You
than what
can't
they
build
came
with something like that.
No, they'll never build up.
No.
And once again, this is why we created the hashtag, people. Resurrection of the mental dead is because that is one brain dead motherfucker there for damn sure. That is the classic A1 example of a brain dead motherfucker.
Jobs thinking you getting money. Right.
She said, yeah, we sleeping with sugar daddies and sugar mamas for our green card.
Hey, but hey, that's a life.
And Harvey Weinstein, go out there to the San Fernando Valley, bitch, and you could ghetto gag.
She'll be a prime candidate.
Hey,
hey, should be one of the most prime. And a damn fuck flick will make about $10 million, and they'll get that raggedy motherfucker about $500 at the most. That's what I read off in the Weinstein papers.
$100. Yeah, Chewbacca gave her more. I would have gave her nothing.
And they'll have about 10 white men going all up in her at the same time.
I was unaffected by her performance. We'll call you. Don't call us. We'll call you.
Then, and that's one of them bras that Kim Kardashian can put on a dog leash.
I've been like, before you start talking shit, you should have oiled up.
Yeah, that lady check. That bra there fits that scenario where Kim Kardashian was going through Hollywood, putting them ghetto gaggers on dog leashes.
I'd have beat that bitch's ass.
Right. Who, Kim Kardashian or her?
Yeah. The ones that got on their knees for that bitch should have got up and worked that bitch. That right there is the ultimate disrespect. I would have never. Lady J. I'd have got up and beat that bitch.
Lady J.
You think I would submit to you, white lady?
Right. Lady J.
I'll submit to
as they say in the hometown, Lady J, that's Hollywood.
No. We do better than this, man.
Right.
How could you get out? I would, if I was, if there was real black people around, they'd be like, how could you do it? Man,
that's Hollywood.
Don't do it, girl. Somebody said, don't do it, girl. Nobody stopped them. No real motherfuckers would have stopped them. And we're going to get the bag with the Kardashians. Fuck that. So low.
All right, well, moving along.
That's the type of broad Harvey Weinstein looking for.
That's a sad state of affairs right there, cuz.
Yeah, I agree. So
that's Hollywood, Lady J.
Questions got answers about the Tethers and who they are.
Yeah, that's a bed winch for real.
Yep, the foreign version. So moving on. We got Diddy appeals bail for the third time for the trade time. He is looking for release from jail.
How many times can you? I didn't know you could even do it many times.
He did it.
Yeah.
Like I thought 2 was max.
No, see what they gonna do with P. Diddy.
Yeah.
Sir, they're gonna deny his bail in New York. Okay.
No.
And then what they're gonna do?
You know what?
Back to California, Diddy go in Town Street.
This is the lawyer's fault. They need to go work that. The lawyer needs to go talk to the other lawyer and really do some.
The lawyer's bumping his head too.
No 50 racks.
That's the only way you're gonna get the judge to do what you want. I didn't know you gonna appeal it and keep appealing it. I'm unhappy with this no bond shit. I need a bond. I need to speak to my lawyer all day. I need him to be in here with me. Something. My kid. You need to get out. What is he? What's the reason?
He came with like 50,000 racks, and they said nope.
First of all, you came with a negotiation. Who does that? Right? No. It's the lawyer. The lawyer needs to talk to the other lawyer, and they need to work something out. To get him out on bond. You know what I mean?
No, he ain't getting no bond, Lady Check.
Yeah,
they ain't giving him no bond on them cases.
You no bond because
and then if he does bound out and his ass goes back to California, he's really toast.
You ain't getting no bond. You got 100 bottles of motherfucking baby oil.
Prostitutes and escorts across state lines
or go down in stock during that. That's the real question. Did baby oil go up in the stock market?
You know where that came from, Shabaka?
Answer the question, Jesse.
Jack Johnson.
Yeah.
Did baby oil go up in the stock market or down in the stock market?
I don't know.
Because he had a whole bunch of it. And then the stock.
I heard he got it from Costco.
Whatever. It's Johnson. Johnson made more money during the findings of the baby oil, or no?
Yeah.
I need to know.
That's a classic case right there, folks. All money ain't good money. What do I know? I'm just an old bastard. I don't know.
I don't know why you didn't think that was funny and even wanted to explore that question, because that was funny. Really funny. Did Johnson & Johnson make more money when they found that 100 bottles?
They might have.
Because that would be a
Well, you
risk.
got enough
Only
freaks out there.
Well, they never know.
No, I know about it. LA. Yeah,
a
you got
lot
some
of-
freaks
lot of
out
good
there who go buy up all that
So,
shit just because Diddy used it.
fires. It does a lot of things. Baby oil is an accelerant for a whole bunch of shit.
Yeah, and it destroys condoms.
Oh yeah. Clearly, well, hey, you wearing cheap condoms because you fucking with a baby oil. You're stupid as fuck. Stupid as fuck. First of all, you shouldn't even need that. But that's the type of crime you do. You know what I mean? Oops. Dry ass motherfucking no grip hat. Oh my God! Stop it! Just stop. You're gonna make me go off. Stop.
Diddy is appealing. Lisa come get us an update. Shout out to Lisa.
About
And trying to clean his computer screen so I can see y'all. Okay, so I'm gonna call it a night after Lisa Cabrera.
Okay, that's understandable.
Yeah, because I'm getting tired.
My apologies, y'all. We got a gang of comments. I'm sorry, y'all.
We got a gang of comments.
Yeah, I got like 8 comments.
Huh?
We got like 8 comments.
Where at?
Did not give him bail.
StreamYard.
The second judge did not give him bail.
Yeah, I don't see him.
More third judge will not give him bail. That's how they operate. And it's very rare for them to go against the ruling of another judge.
A third time, it ain't gonna happen. Hey, what's up? It's entertainment. How you be?
So this story came out a few hours ago, as I said before.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna have Chase send it to me, man.
I just
to my
think
phone.
It's on the book.
Right now is asking for something the courts absolutely are never going to grant him at this point. You know, let's be realistic. His case may not come up until this is what,
down there, man. How you doing in the hurricanes, man? My tenant associated meeting tonight at 6:30 p.m. via Zoom.
And
all right.
Just from what I'm seeing right now, they intend on keeping him in there
My volume down
until the
late.
time of his trial.
All right.
And even after that trial is over, there's no guarantee he's going to be free at all. More people believe this is it. He's going to be stuck in there, whether he likes it or not.
Yeah, we need
so
to this
his attorneys have launched another appeal, and they are in, I think, the second U.S. Court of Appeals in New York, and they are making another effort to get him released from jail as he awaits for trial.
It ain't gonna happen, Lisa
for RICO charges and trafficking.
It ain't
So
gonna
in a notice
happen.
filed
They
in
released that
Manhattan
motherfucker
federal
on bail.
court on
California
Monday,
gonna pick him up.
September 30th, the rapper's lawyers said they would ask the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit to overturn Judge Andrew L. Carter, the ruling judge earlier this month, which kept Combs behind bars on the grounds that he might pose a danger if released. And I think that is due to because he was doing some witness tampering just before he was arrested. So Monday's filings did not give any detailed arguments. So I guess, you know, all of that will come out in court at a later time.
He probably was.
So we know earlier this month he was finally indicted by federal prosecutors over accusation of trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, and bribery. So if convicted on all charges, they're saying he could face life in prison. Prosecutors allege that Combs ran criminal. Combs and others allegedly plied victims with drugs and then coerced them into acts with male workers, as well as alleged acts of violence and intimidation to keep the victims silent. For decades, Combs, they said, abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his needs.
Miss Cabrera, you got motherfuckers who go to Hollywood to do just that, ma'am. You need to interview me. I'll tell you all about
the indictment. To do so, Combs relied on employees, resources, and the influence of his multifaceted business empire that he led and controlled. The day that he was indicted, it was unsealed. Carter denied any rapper bail. So Carter is the judge. So, you know, the legal team had offered to pay $50 million, you know, as his, and submit to strict monitoring, but the judge was not swayed by any of that and decided it would be in the best interest of the courts to keep Combs behind bars. So the ruling left Combs at what's called MDC, Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. And it's a federal prison. They said it's a real dump. And I already told you the conditions of it before. It's pretty horrific. So they are saying where he is not fit for pre-trial detention. So, well, they're saying the housing conditions there are inhumane.
I guess they took him off.
And they're probably right because, you know, he's not the only one that was there and said the conditions were horrible. I'm sure they are. You know, that's one thing about this country. The conditions of the jails, the prisons, detention centers are horrific because they have no intention on rehabilitating anybody. This country don't rehabilitate anybody. What they do is put you behind bars and seize the opportunity to work you for little or no money. That's what it's really all about at the end of the day. But y'all, please tell me what you think about this third appeal attempt that Diddy and his lawyers are trying to do. Quite frankly, I don't believe he will get it. I don't believe he will get it based on the first two times he's been denied by two different judges. But y'all, please tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your comment and
if he's not fit.
Well, thank you, Lisa. And on your way out, Shabaki. Yeah, we're about to get to Gavin Newsom. We got to stay for Newsom, Shabaki.
All right, okay. And then be sure to like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. Okay, put that sorry ass governor of California up there.
Huh. I agree. Oh, so what are your thoughts on Diddy, Shabaki?
Okay, I think what's getting ready to happen with Mr. Diddy, they're going to deny bail to him a third time. Okay, they're going to remand Mr. Diddy until he goes to trial, and that could be shit for up to 2 years.
Certain
because no, we already saw that, brother.
Yeah, I'm just going to the next
fuck
video.
The commercial.
Go ahead.
Yeah, fuck the commercial. Fuck the commercial.
I got it paused, Shabaki. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So my theory is that California has already drained out all his bank accounts. Okay, he's got Gloria Allred on his ass for the California cases. He's through.
Yeah.
When it comes to Gloria Allred, you do not debate her. You do not contest her in court. All you ask her is how much do you want, is because Gloria Allred has brought down the best.
Yeah, she has. No doubt about it. All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts?
I didn't know you could appeal it more than twice. I didn't, and I wouldn't even think he could appeal it since it said no on the bond, and he was doing some fuck shit. He got caught. Okay, cool. So what? Like, so he's definitely trying to get out, obviously, right? And I'd be like, man, so when they gonna release them phone calls?
Right.
You know, because that's the funny one. You know, I can't make it. I'm laughing because I guess he ain't a real bad boy.
No, he's not. Hey, bad boy. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't
Right.
going nowhere.
Right. So, like, I guess he really ain't no bad boy because he can't
Bad boy.
You crying, you can't because obviously your lawyer keeps trying to make these appeals that are ridiculous. Are you gonna try to appeal to every judge? Good luck. Good luck.
I got 50 million on it.
It don't even matter at this point. They said no. They said no.
No.
So that means, hey man,
Bail denied.
give your assets away to your mama
Yeah.
and your children and goodbye.
Mm-hmm.
And you, like what? What does it mean that he's not fit to sit in the detention or what?
He is a flight risk because he has a private jet.
Take the jet.
They probably impounded that motherfucker in L.A. I'm dead serious. Dan, no, because you remember when Diddy bailed Che, and he went out there to the Van Nuys airport and got on his private jet. Van Nuys is a section of the city of Los Angeles. Fuck up. And it will be the Van Nuys division of the Los Angeles Police Department that will be arresting your ass.
Yep. Yeah. And so you think
that is a fact. You know that, Lady Che.
This shit took the tires off so you could go nowhere.
Yeah, left it on block.
You know what I mean? That would be funny.
Left a private jet on block.
Yeah, with a boot on it.
I'm willing to bet that they went ahead and seized the motherfucker and changed the registration on it there to the city of Los Angeles, and the only thing they're going to do is auction the motherfucker off. I'm dead serious.
At this rate, it is going to get auctioned off.
Same goddamn thing with his limousines. Same goddamn thing with his crib. It's already on the market. Yeah, so he ain't going to get nothing. So all the equity he got off in that mansion in Homeby Hills, he's going to lose it. Oh, by the way, Homeby Hills. Yeah, they had another resident of Homeby Hills, okay, who was in similar shit that Diddy was in. Guess what his name was?
Ronald Reagan.
Nope, he was up in Ventura County.
Oh, God.
Hugh Hefner.
The Hulk.
Nope, Hugh Hefner.
Oh, Hugh. Oh, Hugh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Hugh Hefner, the Playboy Mansion.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
They were tight.
Yeah, he was doing the same shit Diddy was doing.
Yeah, clearly. Tight.
Mm-hmm.
He was in a bathrobe every day. Every time you see him in the bathrobe.
Shit.
Every time you saw that motherfucker, he was in his pajamas. The motherfucker stayed in his damn pajamas, man, for the last 20 years of his life.
Yeah. Yeah, if I could have.
And then when he sold the motherfucker before he died, he told the new owner, he says, look, man, I'll sell you this motherfucker. You could have all these bimbos, man. You could have all this dope up in this motherfucker. You could have all this shit. The only thing I ask one thing. You got to let me live here until I die. And he checked out about 6 months later.
Yeah, was that like 2008, 9,
something like that? Yeah.
Stays in the grotto.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Motherfucker just walking around with the what is it, the Bunny Club?
Yeah, the Bunny Ranch.
Yeah. No, the Hugh Hefner's little Bunny Club or whatever.
Oh yeah.
And he was the only one that hired the black sisters.
Yeah, the Playboy Bunnies.
The black waitresses.
Oh, what were they? Yeah.
Yeah, he's the only one that had them working there.
Yeah.
And he didn't have the white ones, so he gave black women chance to be bunnies or whatever.
Yeah.
To work in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was real.
Those the ones he put up at He put them up.
Oh, you. Stop it.
Those the ones getting ghetto gas.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I worked there for 6 whole months. That's how I build every week. I brought him this cocktail. Okay, that's enough. That's enough.
All right, well, moving along. I don't know.
All screen is so blank.
I do not know. It's asleep.
Oh, well. Carry on.
Gavin Newsom. Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah, raggedy, drunk ass motherfucker.
Signs law to stop Huntington Beach from from implementing voter ID before the election.
Oh, okay, that's a good Huntington Beach. Wait a minute, hold on, Brother Che. You said Huntington Beach or Huntington Park?
Huntington Beach.
Okay, that's in Orange County. Okay, that's the Ritzy area.
Yeah.
That's dump country in California.
Yeah.
Because dump got Orange County.
Yep, he does. That's probably the only part of California he got.
No, then he's got the northern parts of California.
Southern California.
Yeah, no, he's gonna have all of Siskiyou County. He's gonna have all of Tehama County. He's going to have Orange County for goddamn sure. He's gonna have Orange County. He may lose San Diego County.
Yeah.
He damn sure is gonna lose San Francisco County. Because that's where all the, as you said, the KAMALA sexuals are.
Oh my God.
He's going to lose.
That. Yeah.
Excuse me. He's going to lose Alameda County. Okay. He's going to lose Alameda County. Okay.
What about what about San Bernardino County?
Oh, that San Bernardino County?
Yeah.
Oh, he got that. He got San Bernardino County and Riverside County.
Oh, wow. Okay. What about what's the county that Vallejo's in?
That's Vallejo. That's Solano County.
Solano.
He will get that. Because the only black stronghold you got in Solano County, man, is up there where E40 is from.
The VALLEJ. Oh.
Yeah. The Valley of the Hoes. The motherfuckers is up there so goddamn loaded, man. You got motherfuckers up there so fucked up, man. The motherfucker will probably vote for Snoopy, man, thinking he's voting for Kamala, when in reality he means Donald Trump. You got a lot of fucked up motherfuckers in Vallejo.
Yeah, you got Crestside and you got Hillside.
Yep.
Alrighty, y'all. So Newsom gonna give us.
And that is where that motherfucker Flappin' Flav is from too.
Oh my God, Mr. Fab.
Yeah, I cussed that motherfucker out there on Facebook years ago when I learned
you weren't the only one that cussed him out, Shabaka. A whole lot of people cussed his ass out. But he allowed
gonna have some white broad up there he's sponsoring for rapping, talking about she up here using the word nigga. He gonna tell me, man, why you so sensitive about it? I said, man, bring your ass to Denver, motherfucker, meet me face to face.
Ironically enough, Anise Brown, otherwise known as X-Rated, said something similar to me. Like 8 years ago. All right, we're moving along. We got this. So Uncle Phil gonna give us the update on it.
Hi, I'm Burke, a small business insurance expert with Byberk.
What's a Byberk?
Byberk is
Well, tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, we're going right back to California again. Governor Gavin Newsom. He's just signed a bill to stop California cities from requiring voter ID in the election in November. Why would he do something like that? Let's check this out. California governor signs law to ban local voter ID requirements. So they said here that Newsom signed a bill on Thursday that bars local governments from enacting laws to require residents to show valid form of identification.
They
It say in
always
order
had
to
that.
vote.
Yeah, all the years I voted in
It say the
California,
law
I
is in
ain't never
direct
had to show
response to
no
a ballot
fucking ID.
initiative approved by voters
All
in
you
the
do is
coastal
show
California city of Huntington Beach.
your
In
card
March,
from the
53.4% of
sample
residents
ballot.
voted to adopt a ballot measure that requires all residents who want to cast a ballot in municipal elections to show a valid ID. Nothing wrong with that. I live in a voter ID state. Every time I vote, I show mine.
California ain't gonna
But the
do
measure
it,
runs
Uncle
afoul
Phil.
of state law. It said, and after it passed, California Attorney General Rob Bonta and Secretary of State Shirley Weber sued the city to block officials from enforcing it. Now, why they want to stop voter ID? Now, let's continue.
It takes 5 seconds to skip the video and also 5 seconds to save a life. Let me tell you how. The recent conflict has left
They talking about the right to freely cast your vote is the foundation of our democracy, and Huntington Beach voter ID policy flies in the face of this principle. That is a freaking lie. It's talking about state election law already contains a robust voter ID requirements with strong protections to prevent voter fraud while ensuring that every eligible voter can cast their ballot with hardship and pose necessary obstacles to voter participation, disproportionately burdens low-income voters, voters of color, young or elderly voters, and people with disabilities. Now, it said lawsuit went through the courts, and California Assembly passed a bill in August and introduced earlier in the year by the state senator David Min to ban local governments like Huntington Beach from imposing voter ID requirements in municipal elections. Now, we're going to put something else up on the screen. Now, in America, you see that the Democrats oppose Voter ID Act when you need IDs for your doctor's visit, your prescriptions, you fly on airplanes, Medicare, Social Security, marriage, oh yes, bank account, yes indeed, cigarettes depending on locale, alcohol, job/jobless benefits, welfare, food stamps, adopt a pet. They say buy a cell phone, buy or rent a house.
I ain't never showed no ID to buy no goddamn cell phone. Dr. Phil, you're wrong on that one, and I ain't gonna show my fucking ID.
That is all correct.
Here's your money.
And also, here are
they talking about the Obama phone, Shabaka. You do got to show your ID.
Oh yeah.
Obama phone.
Oh yeah. I think I got an Obama phone, and I did have to do that.
Other countries who has the same law. As you can see on the screen, many countries has voter ID laws. I'm looking at Botswana down there. South Africa has it. You see a lot of European nations, Asian nations that you see. Kenya has it. That's another African country. A lot of people have voter ID laws. But so if all these other countries have voter ID laws, you look at Costa Rica, that's a Latin American country. I mean, pick one, right? So voter ID is good for all these other countries, but it's not good for the Democrats. Why is that? Now you see, and I got to be careful how I say some of this stuff on this platform. Now you see why people allude to maybe it's some funny business going on with the Democrat Party with this voter ID stuff, because they've done many interviews with Black people and they've asked them, do you have an ID? And everybody said, yeah, I got an ID. They ask them, do you know where the DMV is at to get an ID? And they're like, yeah, it's around the corner. Or, yeah, it's across town. It's whatever, right? So the Democrats tried to lie on our people forever. They want to put low income and elderly, like elderly people don't have an ID. Elderly people travel all the time. When I go to the airport, I always see elderly people. They're traveling, they're doing their thing, ladies and gentlemen, and they're presenting their ID. Definitely elderly people, because when they get their medications and all that, they got to show their ID. So you can't lie on elderly people, quote unquote, low income people. They're just human beings like everybody else, and they use the ID for things right here in America. But when it comes to voting in this country, you can't you can't have an ID. That is so the Democrats in California can use the migrants to participate in our elections, and if they have to have a proper ID to do so, and you check that ID to check what their status is, they cannot vote. Y'all, brothers and sisters in California, y'all really need to be paying attention to your election, because that wasn't done by happenstance. They want, the Democrats. One thing I've learned about them, they believe in funny business. That's what I say. They believe in funny business. Okay, this is why they're fighting so hard for these mail-in ballots, and this is why they're fighting so hard about voter ID. I live in a voter ID state, and not ever once in the voter ID state where I live, a Republican-ran state, nobody has stopped me from voting. Not once. On the contrary, they welcome me to vote. Just the other day, I went down to the county because when I had moved to my current address, I had put in for my voter registration change, but my wife's was in, but mine says suspense. So I called and said, why mine say suspense? Say, oh, because we didn't get a signature. So you register, but it's in suspense. So when you go to the poll, you're going to have to sign paperwork. I said, look, I don't want to do that. What I need to do? I said, well, just come over down here. You sign it over here. Within 24 hours, you'll be completely active. You don't have to do that. I'll say, okay, cool. I went down there. I filled out a little card I had to fill out, signed it. That was it. Nobody was saying you can't vote. Oh my God. And what did they ask me for? Hey, you got your ID? I gave them my driver's license. No harm, no foul. Right? I've had a driver's license when I didn't even make no money. When I was an 18-year-old kid, I had a driver's license. So don't tell me you can't get a driver's license if you quote unquote don't have no money. That's a lie. 16-year-old children in this country, teenagers, get a driver's license and they don't have no money.
You ain't got no
so
money.
Stop all the lies about money.
Ain't gonna get no
you can get a state ID for free in most states. Right. And if you have to pay for it, $10, $15, if you have to pay.
No, in California, goddamn state ID and the driver's license costs you $25, Dr. Phil.
And we've seen that. Y'all in California, y'all better be paying attention. Have your lawyers on deck. And if we don't know, but Trump said that if there's any funny style stuff going on in the election, they're gonna prosecute him when he get in office. So for those of you who in California who try to put some funny style business, and also how many times have I told y'all the Democrats do not believe in democracy? Right. Why I say that? Because as you saw, the voters in Huntington Beach wanted voter ID, and they overturned the will of the people to have voter ID. I told y'all the Democrats don't believe in democracy. They believe in authoritarianism, because that's what that is. They want to talk about Trump want to be a dictator. Gavin Newsom is being a dictator. Because a democracy says the people voted, right? Their vote was the majority say we want voter ID. And that's what it should have been in their city, voter ID. So y'all pay attention to your election in California, folks. Just like we're going to pay attention to our election. Well, Texas, I'm not worried about that. But those of you who in those Democrat states, y'all better watch them. You better watch them. Because they will try some, boy, I'm telling you. But yeah, now the good thing about Gavin Newsom is this is it for him. He can't run no more. So hopefully y'all get a new governor that will be a lot better than him. Because that guy has ruined California. California is a beautiful state. I've met a lot of great brothers and sisters in California. The beaches are nice. Weather is, oh man, the weather is beautiful. That weather's so nice. It made me want to move to California. But one of the main reasons I couldn't move to California is because of the politics. I couldn't deal with them California politics and the unnecessary cost of living. Oh my Lord, no. I'm cool down here in Texas with my cost of living, and I like that Texas has the most black people in any state in this country, right? Going over there, you're outnumbered. So I don't want to be in no outnumbered situation. But outside of that, California is a nice, it's a nice place. But Gavin Newsom and the Democrats have literally
ruined it. I'm going down, Phil. Yeah, definitely ruined it. All right, so back on your way out. What's your thoughts on this? Sabaka, are you still there? I could probably hurry up.
Right, like any normal person would.
Yep, he did.
Okay.
All right, well, what are your thoughts on this lady chasing Sherry originally from California?
I just think it's like what I said yesterday. This is by design. Mm-hmm. To have the fucking immigrants be fast-paced into the voting system. They got to add numbers somewhere. You know, it's by design. And that's it. They have to, like, they have to. I don't know how legally legitimate it is because there's rules, and at least for the presidential one.
Yeah.
So I don't know how, like,
they said for the local.
But then for the local one, I mean, like, fuck, like, it's gonna be weird. It's gonna be weird, and it's gonna be like the numbers aren't gonna. It'll reflect in the numbers racially. It'll reflect in the numbers. It like all of a sudden there'll be a big spike.
Mm-hmm.
There has to be because there's no purpose really for them right now except to use this opportunity for voting numbers or whatever to move the needle their way.
Yeah, but it's not going to equate to it's not going to equate to the presidency. It's just for local elections like the mayor, the county commissioner.
Yeah, I don't know really like what's the tangible or what, but there, white supremacy always has a long game goal. So we'll see. I don't like it. I don't like it though.
Yeah, I think this is complete bullshit.
I think that why you gotta keep changing the rules? You know what I mean? Why does it gotta keep changing the rules?
That's how that works. They change the rules as they go.
I don't like it. I don't think it's right.
I think every state should apply voter ID.
Right, exactly. That way, just keep it. You're supposed to have an ID when you go to vote.
Right.
You're supposed to be an American citizen.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to be over 18.
Either have an ID or your registration card.
Right. I mean, you're supposed to have a residency somewhere.
Right.
You know what I mean? So there's just these fucking little basic rules. Like, why do you keep changing it? For what fucking reason? It's like back and forth every fucking election.
Right.
It doesn't make. It's like you're obviously trying it this way, tried it that way, tried it this way, tried it that way. That will throw it this. It's like, come on, cuz none of this shit is working. You're trying to one party or the other is always trying to throw this off. So I don't like it. This goes along with the thing I was working on with the voter suppression things.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, God, what the fuck? How am I supposed to feel about it? I don't like it, I don't like it. I just think that the rules should stay the same. That way, there's no misunderstandings. Shouldn't keep trying to change it because you change it back and forth. You've seen how it doesn't work either way. And either way, it's always black people that can't vote for some odd reason.
Mm-hmm.
There's certain places where I tried to vote. Next thing you know, they're in jail.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
once in Florida, they was trying to implement that tax. If you didn't pay, if you didn't vote, it was gonna fine you, give you a fine.
Right. Like, I mean, come on, man. That's a fucking choice. Should have to be. You're forcing voting now.
What's going on, everybody?
Fuck that. Don't force me to do shit, especially if I don't believe in it.
Right.
You know, because if I think if the alleged thought is your vote matters, it clearly doesn't right now.
Clearly doesn't.
I mean, nothing matters really if you think about how black people's always at 13%.
Mm-hmm.
Always.
For the last 30 years?
Like forever.
30, 40 years.
It's always been 13%. Never got any bigger than 13%.
Of course it has.
It's always 13%.
We've been stagnant for 50 years. That doesn't make any sense.
Like, no extra life has come in.
But we have so many kids running around.
Right. So it's always been 13%. It's always been this percent. Like, come on now. It's stupid. They've been lying to us forever.
Oh, yeah, at least 30-40%.
Exactly. So it's all we're like living in the Matrix.
Everywhere you go in this country, you'll find this somewhere.
Right. I'm sure it's just not just 13%.
No.
It's stupid. Stupid. All of it is stupid. It's lies, and it's just fuck it. I just can't do it.
Right.
So, and not only that, but how dare you force anybody, especially the descendants of slavery,
mm-hmm.
to vote. Like, first of all, we fought for it, and then you're trying to force our hand to it if we don't want to do it your way. That's fucking ridiculous.
You know, like that Tethers shit about people. Shit, Blacc, I'm still on the air. Oh, okay.
That's okay. Jesse would have ran it up because he took a nap. I'm telling you.
Okay. So thank you for joining us, Shabaki.
Yeah.
That's it. Okay. All right, I'll talk to you later. Okay, so the same thing I've been eating, the forensics. Harris completely humiliated by Border Patrol on Fox News. Great news. Great news. The so-called border czar finally made it down to the border.
Finally, yeah. Finally looking at some migrants.
And she got completely humiliated by the Border Patrol.
Let's see.
Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe button, so you too can be notified whenever I release a new video. And lastly, please make sure you share this video out on your social media platforms to your family and friends to inform them on this news and information. And yes, that does help to give me a slight boost in the YouTube algorithm as well. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today what I want to do is take a quick moment to discuss Kamala Harris' recent visit to the border last Friday. I want to pull up a few photos really quickly of her at the border. And I just have a few questions for you as we look at these photos. Does seeing these photos trigger you? Does it make you as upset as it makes me? Because it genuinely makes me upset looking at these photos because of how much of an insult to my intelligence that it is to sit here and look at Kamala Harris essentially engage in photo ops, pretending to care about the migrant crisis that her and Joe Biden created. Quick crash course. Upon Harris and Biden first entering into office, they immediately put a moratorium on all deportations, effectively stopping all deportations of illegal immigrants. They repealed Donald Trump's Remain in Mexico policy and replaced it with Catch and Release, which is essentially the complete polar opposite of Remain in Mexico. It's now Remain in the U.S. while your asylum-seeking process is pending for approval or denial. They created this situation. And not only that, they spent 3.5 years lying to us, at first pretending and lying and saying that the border was secure when it was not, pretending that there wasn't a migrant crisis when there was. And then when they couldn't pretend anymore, they proceeded to lie to us and tell us that there was nothing that they can do about it. And that essentially the migrant crisis was all Donald Trump's fault, even though he hasn't been in office these last 3.5 years. But what else is new? When all else fails, just randomly blame Donald Trump. Now, what happened after this border visit was very interesting. After and during, I should say, the president of the Border Patrol Union came out and had some very scathing words for Kamala Harris. But before we get into what he had to say, I want to get into what the Border Patrol Union stated as far as remarks on Twitter were concerned. So if there was any confusion on whether or not they were behind Kamala Harris Border Patrol, they are not. Despite what the pictures may show you, understand these guys are just doing their job because they fall under the leadership of the President of the United States. But let me pull up a few of these tweets first. Let's start here with the one at the bottom. The one at the bottom reads, Vice President Harris has ignored the border problem she created for over 3 years. She goes down there for a 20-minute photo op and decides to repeat some of the things that the NPBC has said before. But again, where has she been the last 3.5 years? The Border Patrol Union also stated, fact check on Harris' speech at Douglas, Arizona.
No matter how you use energy, it needs to be safe.
Today, VP Harris claimed that she played a role in increasing Border Patrol agent overtime pay. This couldn't be further from the truth. As with all things border related, she was nowhere to be found when we needed her. I repeat once again, this is coming from the Border Patrol Union. She was nowhere to be found when they needed her. And I'll read this one last tweet right here. It reads, VP Harris asserted in Arizona that CBP needed more resources. We have apprehended over 8 million illegal immigrants over the last 4 years. And now you realize we need help 38 days before the election? You're now realizing 38 days before the election that the Border Patrol agents need help. Unbelievable, to say the very least. And it just goes to highlight how fake, phony, and fraudulent Kamala Harris actually is. But now what I want to do is that I want to get into what the president of the Border Patrol Union had to say about Kamala Harris as it pertains to endorsements, because some people are under the false assumption that for whatever crazy reason, the Border Patrol endorsed Joe Biden when he was running, and I guess now apparently endorsed Kamala Harris, and that is the farthest thing from the truth. But I'll let the president of the Border Patrol Union tell it better than me.
The amount of people. If I could just ask this, Joe Biden said at that debate back in June that the Border Patrol endorsed him. Is that true?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That is not true. We would never, ever endorse Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or any Democrat that believes allowing millions of illegal aliens to come into our country and take over cities and commit crimes. We would never endorse such a person.
Once again, that is the president of the Border Patrol Union stating that he would never, ever endorse Kamala Harris, let alone Joe Biden or any other Democrat that supports these destructive policies that we've been dealing with since Harris and Biden have been in office. Now, here's some startling statistics, and many of you are aware of this already, but I do want to bring this up once again in closing as we're rounding things out, because this is extremely important. What you're looking at right here are numbers from what is called the non-detained docket. The non-detained docket, in a nutshell, are illegal immigrants who encountered Border Patrol and then were released into the country. Okay. Some of them are pending their court date for their asylum seeker case. Some of them have already been ordered to be deported, but they're still here in the country. On that non-detained docket, 425,431 of them are convicted criminals. Of that 425,000 number, 13,999 have already been convicted of homicide in their home country. 15,811 of them have been convicted of sexual assault in their home country. Unbelievable. Once again, this is the situation and problem that Harris and Biden created and have now unleashed onto the citizen population. But it gets even worse. That number aside, what we have here are those illegal immigrants who are wandering around the country with pending criminal charges in their home country. Out of 222,141 pending criminal charges, illegal immigrants with pending criminal charges, 1,845 of them have pending homicide charges, and 4,250 of them have pending sexual assault charges. Once again, this is beyond unbelievable. And what's even more crazy is that when you take into account the madness that Biden and Harris have unleashed onto the citizen population, here's what Harris wants to do next. Citizenship for all. Let's get into it.
Must have comprehensive immigration reform with strong border security and an earned pathway to citizenship.
A mass amnesty bill in the face of all the information that's been presented to you, why in the world would anyone vote for this mad woman?
Right. Wow.
How you can justify voting for Kamala Harris is beyond me. Obviously, some people will, but how they can do that in good faith, once again, I just don't understand, given the information that's been presented to us. And this is just a small bit of information concerning the migrant crisis. Forget about the economy. We don't even have to get into all that. But I'll leave you with that. And with all that being said, that does it for today's video.
Yay.
So please share this video on your social media platforms, hit the like button on your way out, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and also don't forget to follow me on Telegram and Rumble. That is extremely important that you do that. Please follow me on Telegram and Rumble at TD Media Group, both the Telegram and Rumble link.
Hey, baby, stay up as sick as I am.
All right. So what are your thoughts on Kamala is completely humiliated by the Border Patrol? Fox News.
What?
Kamala VP Harris.
It's late. It's too late. It doesn't fucking matter. Doesn't matter what she does. It doesn't matter. That's too late. She never showed up. Like, you know what I mean? What are you walking around smiling, taking photos? You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. Of course she's gonna be fucking humiliated. So you can't answer for that. You don't have a design or strategy for that. You know what I mean? So, epic fail. It doesn't matter. She failed. Jesse. Yeah. She failed, and I'm done. Go ahead and lock it up. Okay. Just like you literally close your eyes. I can't even keep eyes. Go ahead. Turn around, lock the computer up. Wait, start getting the show out. Yeah. Please. Yes. You're gonna fall asleep.
I know.
Stay Black's a dangerous night. End it.
No, that's how you end it. All right, so Kamala.
That's how you end it.
That's what you get. You try to show up at the border at the very last second. After 4 years of being on a hiatus, ski-wee abortion tours, and now you finally want to go to the border and take photo ops. So I'm glad you got humiliated. I'm glad you got clowned on Fox News. So yeah, that's gonna be the last topic for the night, Black family. Thank y'all for tuning in. We should do a continuation show. Which we didn't get to Kamala, may be in serious trouble with these traditional Democratic voters. Hurricane Helene exposes the Biden-Harris infrastructure bill. And of course, last but certainly not least, we got our unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, our unhoused neighbor sweeps, and our illegal migrant sweeps.
No. Man, all right. That's why I said, thank you. Close it up now. Thank you for watching. See you tomorrow.
Thank y'all for watching season 4.
So you're gonna do one tomorrow after Sharpe?
Possibly.
Man, come on. All right. Thank you for watching. Have a good night.
27.
Stay black, stay dangerous. Hold your boat for reparations. Good night.
Yep, so thank y'all for tuning in to season 4, episode 27, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to all our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which we will be going live tomorrow at 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, 9 p.m. in the East, 8 p.m. in the Central, and 6 p.m. in the Pacific.
You realize we'll be in a bed, right?
I know we will be. Shabaka won't. So please feel free to call in with your comments, questions, and concerns. The calling number is 516-418-5996. And you can find Shabaka on Facebook at Shabaka Experience Enhanced, and on Twitter now, x.com, Shabaka EXP. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Chan Kuma signing out from the Mile High Income.
Jesus fucking
And
Christ.
illegal
Good, wrap it up. That's the longest closing ever.
Sundown town known as Aurora, Colorado.
I know it's like 5 minutes long to close out.
Black family.
That's ridiculous.
Black power.